I turn the microphone's on. The camera's on. Acuérdate que el microbio está andando ya. Oops, I can't see my head. Too much headroom. Okay. Ready? We on?
Are we?
Yes, we are. Sorry. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the City of Hialeah Planning and Zoning Board meeting for Wednesday, January 24th, 2024. Everyone, please rise for the invocation and the pledge of allegiance. Lord, we thank you for the opportunity given us here tonight to participate in this meeting. We ask that you please watch over us and enlighten us as we make these decisions. Hopefully, we'll make the right decisions for the city and the constituents. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. May be seated.
Meeting guidelines. The following guidelines apply to today's planning and zoning board meeting. Any person, whether participating via the web platform, telephonic conferencing, or physical presence at City Hall, interested in making comments or posing questions on any item on the agenda may do so during the meeting. Members of the public may hear the meeting live through telephonic conferencing using any telephone or cellular phone service. A smart device or computer are not necessary to participate in the meeting if you join by phone. All persons participating via the web platform will be muted during the meeting until called upon to be heard. Participation through Zoom requires a computer or smart mobile device with a microphone and web camera. The participant may elect to participate in the meeting using audio only or appear through both audio and video. The video function of all participants appearing through video will be turned off until called upon to be heard. All lobbyists must register with the Planning and Zoning Board prior to item being heard. A maximum of 4 speakers in favor and 4 speakers in opposition will be allowed to address the Planning and Zoning Board on any item. Each speaker's comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Item number 1, roll call. Mr. Perez,
Here.
Mr. Mason,
Here.
Mr. Iglesias,
Here.
Mr. Jimenez is absent, Mr. Ulloa,
Here.
Mr. Santiesteban,
Here.
Mrs. Enrique? Here. We have a quorum. Item number 2, approval of Planning and Zoning Board summary agenda of January 10th, 2024 as submitted.
Motion to approve?
Second the motion.
I have a motion by Mrs. Enriquez, second by Mr. Iglesias. Mr. Mason,
Yes.
Mr. Santiesteban,
Yes.
Mr. Iglesias,
Yes.
Mr. Ulloa,
Yes.
Mrs. Enriquez,
Yes.
Mr. Perez.
Here. Yes.
Item has been approved. Administration of oath to all applicants and anyone who will be speaking before the board on any item.
Everyone, please stand, raise your hand if you're going to speak in front of the board.
Do you
Usted
swear,
va, hang on. Usted va a hablar frente a la Junta. Póngase de pie, por favor. Preste juramento.
do you swear or affirm the truth before this board?
Sí.
¿Juras o afirmas decir la verdad ante esta junta?
Usted jura.
¿Jura
Usted-
decir la verdad?
Usted jura, usted sí. ¿Sí? Okay. Thank you. Let the record show. The answer was in the affirmative.
A written decision and resolution will be prepared and presented for review to the city council. The city council is authorized to affirm with conditions or override the decisions by resolution. After the resolution is adopted, contact the member of the city clerk's office to obtain a copy of the final decision and resolution. Upon your receipt of the final decision and resolution, contact the building department to obtain your required building permit. Summary minutes or a copy of the audio file of the proceedings before the Planning and Zoning Board shall be prepared and submitted to the city council before its hearing. The Planning and Zoning Board recommendations for the following public hearing requests will be heard by the city council at a scheduled meeting of Tuesday, February 27th, 2024. Item number 3, final decision to allow rear setback of 15.61 feet where 20 feet are required for a proposed addition. Property is located at 218 East 50th Street, highly zoned R1, one family district. Applicant Lázaro Catalán.
Lázaro. Nombre y dirección, por favor. Nombre y dirección.
Lázaro Catalán, 218.
Ok, thank you. Ella va a leer la descripción en inglés, después se lo va a repetir en español, así que después hablamos.
The property in this application is located on the south side of East 50th Street between East 2nd and 3rd Avenue. The lot is improved with a 1,770 square feet residence, originally built in 1954 and later modified. The applicant is before the city requesting an adjustment of the rear setback to allow 15.61 feet where 20 feet are required for a proposed attached rear addition to the single-family structure. The property is required to be maintained as a single family according to the applicable zoning. The applicant is proffering to bring 30.3% or 2,147 square feet of the lot to a permeable state, grass or impervious area to improve drainage of the lot. The rear setback variance may be approved with the condition that the maximum of 30% or 2,125 square feet of permeable area is created and maintained within the lot. Recommendation approved with these conditions. Ahora se lo voy a traducir. La propiedad en esta aplicación está localizada en el lado sur de la calle 50 del Este, entre la segunda y tercera avenida. La propiedad está mejorada con una vivienda de 1,770 pies cuadrados, construida originalmente en 1954 y modificada a través de los años. El aplicante está ante la ciudad solicitando un ajuste del retiro posterior para permitir 15.61 pies, donde 20 pies son requeridos para una adición propuesta. La propiedad tiene el requerimiento de ser mantenida como una vivienda unifamiliar de acuerdo a la zonificación que tiene. El aplicante está indicando que va a proveer 30.3% o 2,147 pies cuadrados como área permeable para mejorar el drenaje del terreno. Esta variante que le está pidiendo puede ser aprobada con la condición que el mínimo de 30% o 2,125 pies cuadrados de área permeable sean provistos. Recomendación, aprobar con estas condiciones.
Thank you, Mrs. Storch. Do you understand the comments, recommendations from the city planner? ¿Entiende usted el reporte de la planeadora?
No escucho bien.
Okay.
¿Entiende las recomendaciones que yo le hice? Que
Sí.
que se lo aprobamos, pero que tiene que cortar el concreto para darnos el 30% de área verde que está indicada en los
Es
planos.
correcto.
¿Está de acuerdo? Okay.
¿Está de acuerdo usted con la recomendación?
Sí.
Okay. Comments or questions from the board? Oh, he's here. You went to get him? Yeah. Okay. Comments or questions from the audience? Anyone on Zoom? Anyone in Zoom has a comment or question on this item? Closes the part of public hearing. What's the pleasure of the board?
Motion to approve with conditions.
Second that motion.
Okay, so we have a motion. We have a motion by Mrs. Enriquez. Second by Mr. Santiesteban. I'm sorry, Mr. Iglesias. Mr. Ulloa,
Yes.
Mr. Perez,
Yes.
Mrs. Enriquez,
Yes.
Mr. Mason,
Yes.
Mr. Iglesias,
Yes.
Mr. Jimenez.
Yes.
I'll recognize him in a minute.
Item has been approved.
And
Oh,
yes, also you didn't call me.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Mr. Santiesteban, Mr. Santiesteban.
Yes.
It's
Okay.
because we moved everything.
Yeah. this is
Yeah,
what it
it's
is.
like.
Ah, yeah, I did them too.
Yeah, he did.
Okay, so items been approved with conditions.
Okay, when is he
Con
due?
esas condiciones.
when
Tiene
is-
que volver el 27 de febrero al
¿Puedo retirar ahora?
Se puede retirar y tiene que volver el 27 de febrero
Ok.
a las 7 de la tarde.
Okay, Let the record show that Mr. Jimenez is present and accounted for and already voted. So welcome aboard.
Item number 4. Final decision to allow rear setback of 1.69 feet where 7.5 feet are required, and allow east side setback of 1.50 feet where 5 feet 1 inch is required for an existing CVS structure to be legalized. Property is located at 407 West 16th Street, Hialeah Zones R1, one family district. Applicant, Jaide Torres.
Name and address, please.
Elisa Garcia, 488 Palm Avenue.
You're representing the applicant.
Yes.
Thank you.
The property in this application is a single-family home located on the north side of West 16th Street between West 4th Lane and West 4th Avenue. The lot is improved with a 1,096 square feet residence originally built in 1946 and later modified. The property has an open code compliance case for building without a permit issued in 2019 and several older citations for building without a permit that go back several years. The applicant bought the property in 2004 and received a reoccupancy certificate, which certifies that at the time of the purchase, there was a single living unit on the property, as allowed in the R1 zoning classification. In reviewing the application in detail, it was noticed that certain necessary adjustments were not included in the request. And if the applicant wants to move forward with the application, the item will need to be re-advertised as follows. Final decision to allow north side setback of 1.69 feet where 7.5 feet are required and 0.30 feet east side setback where 5.08 feet are required for the legalization of a 395 square feet accessory building to be utilized as a living quarter and allow east side setback of 0 feet for rear terrace to be legalized and 4 feet for side terrace to be legalized where 5.08 feet are required. Since the majority of the request is recommended for denial, staff decided to proceed with the application. At this time, the applicant is before the city requesting setback adjustment for the purpose of legalizing a detached structure used as an additional living unit that was built without the benefit of a building permit, that is encroaching into the rear easement and rear and east side setbacks, and also to legalize aluminum roofs encroaching into the east side setback, including unpermitted plumbing improvements for a laundry and outdoor kitchen. Aerial photographs indicate that the detached structure was built on or after 2015. The intent is to legalize such detached structure under the Elderly Homeowners Relief Act in accordance to Section 98-416. The subject structure was not only built with minimal side and rear setbacks, 1.69 feet rear setback and 0.30 feet east side setback. Note that this reduced east side setback was not advertised, and if considered for approval, it will require re-advertisement. But it is also encroaching 4.31 feet into the existing utility easement. In addition, the structure does not meet flood elevation requirements, which means that the floor and roof will need to be raised. The foundations and plumbing improvements will also need to meet building code requirements. The magnitude of the required improvements and the inconvenient location of the structure, just 1.69 feet south of the rear property line and 0.30 feet from the east side property line, and encroaching into 75% of the utility easement, make this application a significant adjustment. Since all the work required to legalize the inconveniently located structure will have a cost comparable to building an addition in compliance with code requirements, allowing the requested adjustments will reward a self-created hardship. Accordingly, the rear and east side adjustment requested for the legalization of the rear 395 square feet structure shall not be approved. As for the legalization of the east side terraces to allow 0 feet east side setback for the existing 310.58 square feet rear terrace and 4 feet for the existing 176 square feet side terrace, only a 4 feet east side setback adjustment should be granted for the side terrace, since the rear terrace may be easily modified to provide a 4 feet setback. The condition for the approval shall be that the terrace remains open on 3 sides. Recommendation: the application as submitted shall be denied. Alternatively, the applicant may amend the application to request a final decision to allow 4 feet east side setback where 5.08 feet are required for rear and side terraces to be legalized.
Thank you, Mrs. Storch. Any comments or questions?
I brought some pictures. I brought some pictures to show that the rear of the property, I only brought 7 packages, so yeah. You should provide it to them. At the rear of this addition of 396 square feet, what we have is a building, multifamily building at the rear. And on the side where 150 square feet on the east side is available right now, we have a letter from the neighbor that's in that package approving that setback there. There's no problem or no issues for her to have that construction there. No, it's okay. You can have them. My client does understand that if this application does get approved, she will need extensive repairs, lifting the floor. But since this is something that they've been preparing for her retirement, she wants to go ahead and continue with the application.
I would like to translate my recommendation into Spanish so that the applicant can understand.
Could you please?
Ya te lo voy a decir en español para que tú entiendas lo que ella te está diciendo.
La propiedad en esta aplicación es una vivienda unifamiliar ubicada en el lado norte de la calle 16 del Oeste, entre el Ford Lane del West y el Ford Avenue. El lote está mejorado con una residencia de 1096 pies cuadrados, construida originalmente en 1946 y modificada más tarde. La propiedad tiene un caso abierto de código por construcción sin permisos que fue emitida en el año 2019 y otras citaciones más antiguas por construir sin permisos. El aplicante compró la propiedad en el año 2004 y recibió un certificado de reocupancia, lo que certifica que en el momento en que compró la propiedad era una sola vivienda, no 2 o 3, así como está permitido en la zonificación R1. Cuando revisamos la aplicación en detalle, se notó que había ciertos ajustes que eran necesarios que no se pidieron en la solicitud. Y si el aplicante quiere seguir adelante con esta aplicación, este caso se va a tener que publicar de nuevo en el periódico pidiendo una decisión final para pedir un retiro posterior de 1.69 pies, donde 7.5 pies son requeridos, y 0.30 pies de retiro lateral del este, donde 5.08 pies son requeridos para la legalización de una estructura accesoria de 395 pies cuadrados para ser utilizada como vivienda y permitir un retiro lateral de 0 pies para una terraza en la parte posterior de la casa y 4 pies para una terraza que está en el lado lateral de la casa. Como la mayoría del pedido está recomendado para ser rechazado, staff decidió igual leer la aplicación para poder explicarle lo que pasa. En este momento, el aplicante está ante la ciudad solicitando el ajuste de los retiros para poder legalizar la estructura que la quiere usar como una unidad adicional de vivienda y que fue construida sin el beneficio de un permiso de construcción y que además está interrumpiendo la servidumbre trasera, que es un área reservada en el lote para que pasen los caños de agua, de luz, de electricidad, lo que sea necesario por las compañías. Y también para legalizar los techos de aluminio que están en la parte trasera y en la parte lateral.
Está bien.
Las fotografías aéreas de la vivienda indican que la estructura que está separada de la casa fue construida en o después de 2015, o sea que usted ya era la dueña de la casa. Su intento es legalizar esa estructura bajo una provisión que tiene la ciudad para la gente mayor de 55 años para que pueda tener un espacio para rentar. La estructura de la que estamos hablando no solo que fue construida con retiros mínimos, sino que también está encima de la servidumbre de paso, está 4.31 pies invadiendo la servidumbre de paso. Además de esto, la estructura no cumple con los requerimientos de inundación, lo que quiere decir que para conservar esa estructura el piso se va a tener que subir y el techo se va a tener que subir. También las fundaciones y las mejoras de plomería también tienen que cumplir los requerimientos del código. La magnitud de las mejoras que tiene que hacer y la ubicación inconveniente de la estructura tan cerca de las líneas de propiedad y la invasión de 75% de la servidumbre de paso hace que lo que está solicitando es un ajuste significante. Dado que todo el trabajo requerido para legalizar esta estructura localizada tan inconvenientemente va a tener un costo comparable a construir una adición que cumpla con los requerimientos del código, permitiendo el ajuste que se pide, va a premiar una situación que fue creada por usted misma. De acuerdo a esto, los ajustes de la parte posterior y de la parte del este para la legalización de la estructura no deberían ser aprobados. En cuanto a la legalización de las terrazas del este para permitir 0 pies para la terraza posterior y 4 pies para la terraza del costado, solo es recomendado aprobar los 4 pies, por lo que, dado que la terraza que está a 0 pies, muy fácilmente se le puede cortar el techo para que cumpla con los 4 pies. La condición para la aprobación debería ser que las terrazas deben permanecer como terrazas abiertas en todos los lados. Sí. La recomendación es que la aplicación, así como fue sometida, debe ser denegada. Alternativamente, usted puede corregir la aplicación hoy mismo y entonces hoy votarían los miembros del board para permitirle los 4 pies para la terraza del costado y para la terraza posterior. Esa es la recomendación. Usted ahora tiene que tomar la decisión.
Ahora escucha. La
you.
aplicación de recomendación que usted nos dio,
In English,
pusieron.
please. English,
Back and forth, okay. And the application that you gave us for recommendation, you wrote aluminum terrace. It's not an aluminum terrace. That's why I brought the pictures.
Okay,
So you guys
well,
can see
okay.
it's actual wood.
Well, with more reason, the requirement to have it remain open
No, it's gonna remain
applies
open.
more.
Yeah, no, they're gonna remain open.
Okay.
In regards to the addition in the rear, we have already pending letters from the utilities. She recommended and she expressed to them that if she had to incur in any demolition because they needed those lines, that she would do so. Till right now, we only have one application and they went ahead and approved it. So I'm working right now on the utility easement situation with the letters with all the utility companies.
Okay.
And in
I want
regards,
to make clear, because of many cases that you bring to the city, I want to make her understand
she knows,
that she's undergoing something that will be very significant and that maybe it's better to demolish and to build new under code requirements. So today she can get the approval to legalize the terraces and then with time make the evaluation if it's worth keeping that house or it's better to demolish it. Lo que yo digo por muchas aplicaciones que vienen ante nosotros, porque esto acá recién empieza. Después usted tiene que ir y tiene que hacer los planos y tiene que hacerle modificaciones. Entonces yo quiero que usted esté bien segura antes de comprometerse y seguir gastando dinero, que lo que va a hacer es posible, porque a lo mejor es tanto lo que tiene que hacer que lo que más le conviene es demolerlo y hacer una adición a la casa que cumpla con los requerimientos. Bueno, entonces las opciones hoy son las siguientes. O dejan el item, o dejan el item, sacamos
aplicación.
el item porque
Ella
hay
no
que-
quiere demoler la parte de
bueno,
atrás.
tenemos que volver a publicar el item porque la
Perfecto.
solicitud, muchas de las cosas no se pidieron.
Como
pero a lo
que,
mejor-
como
pero a
qué
lo
cosa no se
mejor-
pidió para yo saber y aplicárselo a la arquitecta, porque en la aplicación que yo le entregué a la ciudad,
Porque en la aplicación dice rear, in the application it says rear setback of 1.69 where 7 feet are required
Mhm.
and east side setback of 1.5 feet where 5 feet 1 inch is required. There is a side, the structure is not parallel to the wall. So there is a side of the structure that is just 0.30
Mm.
feet. Yeah, well, we go by the survey.
uh,
We go by
the
the survey.
0.30 CL is center line for the fence. He's not talking there about the structure. The structure to the property line is 150.
Well, we measured it at the scale that is there and you can see in the survey
Can you
that
give them the new
you
survey?
can see that you have a new survey.
Of course,
Okay.
I've had issues with the surveyor that she hired. And unfortunately, this is my third survey with this company because I personally went there 2 days ago and retook pictures and reevaluated her application. And now he gave us that the side and the rear, it's 150. What he's referring to 0.30 CL, it's center line. And that center line is used when they're measuring a fence because the fence is 0.30 away from the property line. That's why that measurement, it's written there. That 0.30 is center line for a fence.
Okay, while she examines the survey, I have one question
Yeah,
for you.
Yes, sir.
but you didn't request and we didn't advertise the setback for the wood roof, wood roof at the rear and the side.
What wood roof at the rear?
The wood roof that is 2.15 feet next to the,
No, there's one roof here and one here, and the center is. Yeah, that one there. He did that wrong too. It's all one straight roof on the side and it's all one roof. The designer, they're having issues with the person that they hired to do their design. And I guess he's not understanding the field work because the gentleman went out there again 2 days ago and recertified all the measurements. And unfortunately, the designer did it again. He put the wrong measurements.
well, okay, that's not our problem. You should.
I
review-
understand.
You should review everything and resubmit.
We are gonna do
with-
that.
With what you need.
We're gonna do that, yes. So if we can table this for the next meeting, And we-
I think we should withdraw it. You should withdraw it and then we should re-advertise it. We won't charge you again, but
perfect.
we need to.
But we can use all
re-advertise
the
it.
other documentation
You
because she
can
has
use the old
plans, she has
documentation,
everything.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
Vamos a, hoy como vamos a abandonar el caso, usted va a sacar el caso y después van a corregir todo lo que tengan que
Ujú,
corregir
lo que
y
yo te
vamos
diga,
a
vamos a
volver a
corregirlo todo.
publicar el caso en el periódico. Y entonces ahí van a ser oídos de nuevo con
De
las
nuevo.
cosas exactas de lo que necesitan.
Okay.
I do have one question.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, the intent will be to either withdraw or table this item tonight.
Mhm.
Okay. Obviously, you're going to cross the Ts and dot the
Yes.
Is and come back with a new plan of attack.
Mhm.
This one picture in the very front,
Mhm.
I can't, I'm sorry. I cannot approve this. God forbid that you have an emergency in that house and you have to have police or fire. As police, they carry their gear and, they're little, they're good, strong guys, but they can be a little bulky. Firefighters with their tanks and their, the whole get.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, there's no way impossible. There's no possible way that they can fit through there. I mean, you have,
that's the rear structure to the apartment building in the rear. And if
Doesn't
they're
matter.
gonna go into that property, they're not gonna jump the neighbors. Actually, they're gonna
doesn't-
come from the front.
it doesn't
And the front's
matter.
really
It
open.
doesn't
Doesn't
matter.
matter because you have that building today and you might have something different in the future. So
It does-
go by your lot, not what is.
Right.
For what is behind.
So this is something that you need to seriously consider when you come back. If this
Well,
picture is
if-
still,
If the board is thinking that you will not
No te
approve
quieren aprobar.
that setback, don't make her spend more money with her consultant and with the surveyors and with the
No te lo dejo
engineers.
aprobar
If you
eso.
are going to say no, say no.
I tell you right
Yeah.
now. Me, this picture, no. The board obviously have their, With- okay, I can't do it. No, I can't do it. Not with this. So let's hear what the board
So
has to say.
1.60, that's 2
Not
feet.
enough room. Not enough room.
But there's no windows there. They cannot even.
Doesn't
cross
matter.
there.
You don't see that. Like I said, I'm gonna repeat myself.
Yes,
God forbid there is an emergency. Let's say that where your sprinkler pump is,
Uh,
that here. Let's say there's an emergency here
uh-huh.
and police or firefighters,
Okay,
emergency, first responders has to come from here to here. They cannot physically fit there. You have to have at least 4 feet.
5 feet.
5 feet, at least 5 feet. So that means, think about this now. That means that this whole building is gonna have to be cut back 5 feet. The roof, the walls, the floor. You need to make that passage wider by 5 feet.
and what about the neighbor in the back, which is a building department? What do I do there? There's 169, it's 169.
That's another issue. We're
That's-
talking about.
is this-
your case.
Is it in the back of your property?
Yeah, there's a building, there's a community behind.
No. Your property,
Mhm,
okay. That's all I'm concerned about.
yeah.
I'm not concerned about this building here.
Uh-huh.
I'm not concerned about what's behind here.
I know ventana, there's no windows, there's no way for them to get.
It doesn't
anywhere.
matter. It doesn't, see, it doesn't,
You know how much.
Okay.
Fence to here.
open your eyes. Okay, can you,
Fit through the back? Yes, I can.
you can,
Yes, I.
what,
walked
you
through
gotta
that.
go,
I walked the whole
you
back.
gotta do a crab walk, right? Sideways? Okay, put a, if you've ever gone diving, put an air tank behind you.
Can we table this?
I'm
I
telling
prefer
you,
tabling.
I'm telling you,
Let's
I
table.
I'm opening up your
I
eyes so
understand.
you can see where I stand.
I understand.
And I'm sure Mr. Iglesias here, sir.
I would like to ask something, please.
I know that John already, he's
I would
with,
like to ask something.
Please
to-
do.
To the chair. Can you go ahead and explain to me, please, what is this right here? Because the picture is very, I mean, I will appreciate it. Thank you so much. What is this? Esto es un muro, ¿qué es lo que hay ahí?
yeah.
Pero ese muro es de ustedes?
Sí, ese muro estaba con la casa.
Ok,
Ese es un muro.
Hub. ok, pero, ok,
Pero como quiera queda los 160. 150.
ok, so esto aquí tiene
1.60.
casi 2 pies.
Casi 2 pies.
I'm sorry, this is 2 feet.
Yes, sir.
Well, 1.6 is not.
Okay,
From the wall.
How-
to here.
how big is this? How, the
that's-
measurements? That's 5 feet.
Yeah, we can come out of that if that's not gonna become an issue. Besides, the neighbor on this side, that it's 150, he agrees. He doesn't.
The
care that
the
it's-
neighbor doesn't matter because.
Doesn't-
Okay, but who owns this property
Does
here?
not matter.
Is this a building?
No, the building's in the back.
Okay.
There's 2 properties right here. There's a residential right here and this residential. In the back of their property is a community. The building.
Are we looking at the front here of the building?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, we're gonna do the side of the property for the rear.
Okay.
Okay, I want you to consider what
I understand.
what the board is leaning towards. Her recommendation is to deny unless you make
We're gonna take.
a lot of,
Please.
a lot of
Take
arrangements.
consideration because,
Table.
please.
Table, you know
I
what?
think it's.
It gives,
Tell her
it
to
gives you,
give her the numbers to correct that wall.
it gives
I
you
think
an
so.
opportunity, right? It gives you an
Sure.
opportunity to
What-
come back and say,
Time-
To table the item would be to put this same application. So this is the application you want them to consider.
I'm just gonna change the.
So,
So you need to withdraw your application.
Yes.
okay.
I think lo que
I
yo
do
quiero
agree.
dejar claro, señora, porque nosotros vemos muchos casos todos los días. No queremos que siga gastando dinero para algo que va a ser imposible no se ilusione que esto lo va a poder legalizar, porque lo más probable es que no lo va a por legalizar. Entonces, usted va a seguir gastando dinero en el surveyor, en el dibujante, en esto y lo otro, y cuando se dé cuenta, se va a haber gastado un montón de dinero en algo que nunca va por legalizar. Yo le quiero abrir los ojos por eso, porque hay mucha gente en su situación y después queda en una situación que se gastó 10,000, 15,000 dólares para algo que es imposible legalizar. Entonces, eso es, no siga adelante gastando dinero, porque es dinero que está tirando a la basura. Eso es lo que le quiero que le quede a usted bien claro.
¿Tú entendiste lo que ella te explicó?
Eh,
Escúchame,
Deborah,
tranquila.
You need to say that.
Ellos lo que te quieren
What
decir
I-
es,
what I'm saying is that we see many cases like hers in the city where they're pushed to do things, to review surveys, to do more drawings for things that are almost impossible to get legalized. So I want to open her eyes and make her realize that she will be putting money for something that most likely she won't be able to legalize.
so my question to you is, if on that wall that says 150, she makes and reduces her area, she doesn't want to demolish it.
The recommendation will still be denied.
But wife, I'm
Because-
giving you the
because
4 feet that you're
Because
asking.
you're encroaching into 75% of the easement, and it's not something that she inherited or is a hardship, it's something that she built. So if she built and she made a mistake, well, we are not rewarding that mistake, because once you approve one, then you have to approve the neighbor and the other neighbor. And encroaching into the utility easement, we generally, it's different if you have a small shed, a 10 by 10 shed that you can move, but a complete house with plumbing and with a roof and with electricity, you won't move that. So
We won't move
you won't move that house. You cannot move
No,
that
we
house.
cannot
Once that
move
is
the house.
okay.
We're not saying anything
The
about
re-
moving the house.
Even if she changes it to 169, 2 or 2.5, the recommendation will be denied. So I don't want her to spend money and time in something that she will come back here in 2 weeks, 4 weeks, if we advertise, and she will have the same response. So my recommendation is vote yes or no, and then she can decide. If you vote
Right.
no or yes, she can reapply, but don't make her spend more money and time.
No, I stand firm on this. I can't,
I would motion to deny them.
yeah, I can't, looking at that picture, I can't do it. So it is up to you. Okay, I'm gonna give you one last chance.
Withdraw.
Do you want to withdraw or do you
Withdraw.
want to go through?
We're gonna withdraw and we're gonna figure it out with her general contractor, what they can do there. If she has the money to make the corrections and we can get the letters from the utilities, not putting an objection to that section, we could come back and maybe it could be another story.
You may be able to find a foot here, a foot there.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Rio made a motion to deny. You can't have discussion once his motion to deny has been made. So unless he has a second,
But if she's going to withdraw,
would you like to withdraw your motion? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
I would-
so if you're going to withdraw, do we need any action?
No, so then the record should show that Mr. Yo made a motion to deny and subsequently withdrew his motion based on the fact that the applicant wishes to withdraw her application at this time. If that's correct.
So if we come back, does she have to incur another expenses or can it be considered? Because we're coming back.
We won't charge you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So item has been withdrawn as per applicant's request. So no action on item number 4. Item number 5. Final. Item number 5. Final decision to allow rear setback of 7 feet where 20 feet are required for an existing metal roof to be legalized. Property is located at 1495 West 75th Street, Hialeah zoned R1, one family district. Applicant, Yves Zamora.
Name and address, please.
Elisa Garcia, 488 Palm Avenue.
Thank you.
The property in this application is located on the north side of West 75 feet between West 15th Avenue and 14th Court. The lot is improved with a 2,197 square feet residence originally built in 1969 and later modified. The current property owners are legalizing the existing garage and studio conversion to living area. In addition, they are legalizing an attached addition as well as an attached metal roof, which requires a rear setback adjustment. The applicant is before the city requesting an adjustment of the rear setback to allow 7 feet where 20 feet are required for an existing attached metal roof to be legalized. The applicant shall maintain the metal roof open on 3 sides and shall provide at least 30% of the lot as permeable area. The property shall obtain building permits according to a plan submitted to the Planning and Zoning Department dated October 10, 2023. The rear setback variance may be approved with the conditions listed above.
Yes.
Thank you. Comments or questions?
None.
Okay, comments or questions from the board? Anyone in the audience? Anyone in the electronic audience? Close the public hearing. What's the pleasure of the board?
Motion to approve
Second.
with conditions.
Conditions.
So motion by Mr. Iglesias, and I'm sorry, I didn't get the motion.
Second that motion.
Second by Mr. Jimenez. Mr. Ulloa,
Yes.
Mr. Santiesteban,
Yes.
Mr. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Mason.
Yes.
Mrs. Enriquez.
Yes.
Mr. Iglesias,
Yes.
Mr. Jimenez.
Yes.
Item has been approved with conditions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, this item closes the final decision part of the hearing. We're now going to start the planning and zoning part. So everybody's still sworn in and everything. So go ahead and read that.
The Planning and Zoning Board recommendations for the following public hearing requests will be heard by the City Council at a scheduled meeting of Tuesday, February 13th, 2024. We're gonna go out of order and we're gonna go and consider item number 11. It's a tabled item from last meeting, so I'm gonna need a motion to remove from table.
Motion.
Second that motion.
We have a motion by Mr. Ulloa, second by Mr. Iglesias. Mr. Santiesteban,
Yes.
Mr. Perez,
To remove from table, yes.
Mr. Mason,
Yes.
Mr. Iglesias,
Yes.
Mrs. Enriquez,
Yes.
Mr. Ulloa,
Yes.
Mr. Jimenez.
Yes.
Item has been removed from table. Item number 11, special use permit to allow the expansion of the neighborhood business district overlay. Variance permit to allow residential use only where mixed use is required. Allow 40% of the units with an area less than 850 square feet, where 850 square feet is the minimum area required. And only 10% of the units can have an area of 600 square feet. Allow 337 parking spaces where 459 parking spaces are required. Allow front setback of 16.83 feet where 10 feet built to line are required. Allow street side setback of 131.25 feet where 10 feet built to line are required respectively. Allow surface parking facing front and street side setbacks where parking is not allowed in front and street side setbacks. And variance to waive the building mass and building frontage development standards. Properties located at 11205 West 40th Avenue, Hialeah Zone VDH Business Development District. Applicant Cesar Mestre Esquire on behalf of Michael Osman.
Good evening, Cesar Mestre, offices at 8105 Northwest 155th Street, Miami Lakes. Florida.
Thank you, sir. We're going to read
Yeah, I'm
the,
going to read it again because 2 board members, one is new, the other one wasn't here, so I will read it again.
thank you.
The property in this application is located at the northeast corner of West 40th Avenue and West 112th Place, Hialeah, Zone VDH at the annexation area. The property is approximately 5.06 acres net and 6.76 acres gross, and is surrounded by industrial properties, mainly County Line Phase 4. The property is vacant land and hardly accessible. There is currently access to the property only through West 40th Avenue, since West 112th Place is not an improved right-of-way for now. The applicant's intent is to build an 8-story, 204-unit multifamily building for rental at market value by utilizing a tool, the neighborhood business district expansion, conceived for the old part of the city, not for the annexation area. The applicant's justification for the request is the need for housing units. However, there are already 559 completed multifamily units in Atlántico, Atacuavela, and Avalon Bonterra. 244 multifamily units almost completed at the Shops of Highland, and 917 units at Emerald Bay, where 300 are almost completed. Also pending zoning approval are two other residential developments with 53 multifamily units on a proposed mixed-use building and 329 multifamily units next to Emerald Bay. Well, since then, both were approved in the land use for the mixed use was approved yesterday at the City Council, and the other one, Lake Vista, was approved also yesterday at the City Council on first reading.
Lake Vista.
Well, for now. These totals.
Lago Vista.
These are Lago Vista.
Lago without.
These totals 2,102 multifamily units built or to be built at densities and heights consistent with the comprehensive plan and zoning regulations for that area. In addition, a housing study commissioned by the city dated April 2023 indicates that the city of Hialeah meets the needs for affordable and workforce housing in the city. Accordingly, facts prove that the justification for the request is erroneous. The request to expand the neighborhood business district to this property is not consistent with the MBD, since the characteristic of activity nodes necessary to apply the regulations and incentives are currently non-existing in this area. As of background, the MBD overlay was created in 2007 with the intention of providing density and height incentives to redevelop active city corridors and commercial nodes with high vehicular traffic in the 20 square miles all part of the city. For example, West 16th Avenue, where Pura Vida is built. Another one is East 4th Avenue, Okeechobee Road. Those are the corridors that were intended to be redeveloped under the MBD. According to the traffic study submitted, the traffic data was collected at West 108th Street, west of 97th Avenue, more than a quarter mile from the project intersection. And according to the traffic data, a typical day traffic of 2,783 vehicles per day. In contrast to the volume of the MBD nodes, which varies from 10,000 to 62,000 average daily trips, according to FDO's website. Regarding the incentives such as diversity of housing types, housing affordability, mix of uses, unique architectural features, and public enhancement were to be provided to achieve such incentives. Currently, this proposal does not proffer any incentives. For example, in order to achieve the height increase, the incentives required are to provide housing diversity, transit improvement, pedestrian-friendly and urban street setting. Once again, the proposal does not provide any of such qualities. In the opposite, the proposal is requesting variant permits to omit mixed uses, increase building mass, and reduce frontage to the street. In addition, the proposal is requesting a parking variance. These variances are contrary to the intent of the MBD and do not support the increased height and density request. The business development district within the annexation area is a master plan area annexed in 2003 with the intention of providing an area for up to current industrial standards and top-rated industrial space. The need was identified due to the outdated industrial space in the old part of the city. The industrial demands were not being met with the current industrial areas of the city, and that still happens. Furthermore, redevelopment of outdated industrial sites is displacing many businesses housed on small warehouses. Therefore, the best use for this site is to develop it into the allowable industrial uses to provide boutique industrial base with office space due to the narrow and elongated shape of the lot. The prevalent uses on this square mile quadrant of Hialeah Heights are industrial. The exemptions are the right of the reverse osmosis water treatment plant and the school located on West 108th Street, and that is a right-of-way designated as entrance roads, characterized in the code as a road providing frontage for offices and compatible commercial buildings to serve and complement the residential development west of Northwest 97th Avenue, east of Northwest 97th Avenue. West 108th Street is also the road fronting the north end of Hialeah Trail Park. The proposed 90-feet building height is unprecedented in Hialeah Heights, planned for low, medium density residential developments, where the highest buildings are the ones at the mixed-use developments in Hialeah Shops of Highlands, 1.7 miles south of the subject property with 5-story multifamily buildings. The use proposed in this property is going to be fully vehicular dependent, since no other mobility options are currently available, making the parking variance a burden to future residents due to the lack of mobility option. The proposed parking count provides 1 parking space for each of the 1-bedroom units, 2 parking spaces for each of the 2- and 3-bedroom units, and only 8 accessible parking spaces are left open to be used as needed. Such parking shortage will also result in parking on soil areas of additional vehicles and guest vehicles, ultimately degrading landscape area and disturbing the conservation area on the south side of West 112th Street. In addition, parking on right-of-ways will negatively affect the flow of truck traffic in an area envisioned for that particular purpose. The affordability housing issue is not being targeted within this application, since the project is considering to be market rate rental project, with units most likely targeting between 80 to 100%, 20% of area median income, which is between 82,000 and 124,000 income for a family of 4. If this property is to apply the latest state regulations delineated under Senate Bill 102 and cannot comply with the MBD incentives, the maximum density this property could achieve is 32 dwelling units per acre, and a maximum height consistent with commercial or residential developments located within a mile of the subject property, that is 3-story. The height of the buildings at Atlantico and Aquabella. In order to use Senate Bill 102, the project has to include a percentage of affordable dwelling units with a covenant restricting for 30 years. If the special use permit is approved by decision of the City Council, it shall be contingent to the following conditions. Limit the density to 162 units. Limit the height of the building to 3 stories. And parking to be provided according to code and according to the revised density. That is approximately 402 parking spaces. And provide a minimum of 10% of affordable units at an AMI below 80% if not applying Senate Bill 102 incentive. The recommendation is to deny the special use permit and deny all variances because of the incompatibility with existing uses, the inconsistency with the comprehensive plan and zoning regulations, and the negative impact to future residents who will be surrounded by industrial uses operating 24/7. If the SUP is approved, it is imperative that it gets approved contingent to the conditions above. The recommendation is denial.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Caesar?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hate to get you guys to sit through this again, but unfortunately, last time it was a deadlock. It was 3 in favor and 3 against. So we have to do the whole presentation again. We have some slides. Okay. I'm going to ask you to listen carefully and vote as to what you think is best for the residents of Hialeah. There's something that I've heard over and over and over again, which is live, work, play. That seems to be the goal of a lot of cities, a lot of municipalities, is let's give the residents some place where they can live, they can work, and they can play. And my presentation to you is that this is exactly what this area and this project would provide, what everybody else is trying to do. Next slide. As you can see, it's approximately 5-acre lot out there in the Hialeah Heights area. It's a very long, slender piece of land, thin. It didn't start off like that. And Mr. Osmond will come up here and give you a little history. But suffice it to say that it didn't start off long and narrow. It was much bigger, which would have made it more practical to do other uses than what it is being proposed now. Number 2. This is the area where we are proposing it. As you can see, there is a large number of warehouses that are out there. If our property is approximately 5 acres, you can see that some of these other warehouses are much, much bigger than what we have. Just north of where we are, you see the top line that goes all the way across. That's 170th Street. That's where Hialeah ends. North of there, there's a big number of residential projects going on. There's some proposed, the Dream Mall, the big mall that's supposed to go is going to go there a little bit further west. But there's a lot of residences going up there as well, because the folks that have this land know that this is going to be something that's going to be needed out there. Next slide. This is just to give you an idea of some of the businesses that are out there. You have Target Distribution Center, Boeing headquarters. There's some major players out there. Next slide. Target, Home Depot. These are employment ads that I saw online when I was getting this presentation together. They're offering some pretty good pay, like $30 an hour to start on some of the projects. Next slide. Next 2 slides, actually. On slide number 5, you'll see that I made a list of the warehouses that are already out there. Target Distribution Center, 225,000 square feet. Home Depot, 1 million square foot warehouse. Nearly Natural, CEG Electrical Wholesalers, Lineage Logistics, Boeing headquarters, MD Turbines. These are all places that are going to offer employment and are offering employment already there. To number 8. This is the area that's considered Hialeah Heights, which is west of I-75 out there. I know originally it was supposed to be a warehouse area, industrial, but there is other residential complexes that are already been approved out there, west of 97th Avenue. If you look at the circle on the bottom, that's the one that they were just talking about a little while ago, Lago Vista. That was received approval yesterday at first reading in front of the council. That's 200 apartments. Ours is the one up at the top. There's also one further south from Lago Vista, which is Emerald Bay. So there is a precedent for having residential apartments, multifamily residential apartments in that area. Slide number 9. Also, one of the reasons that Lago Vista was approved yesterday and Emerald Bay was approved was because the council passed an ordinance saying anything within a quarter mile of this commercial district, the Highlands shops out there, needed to have some residences there to create the synergy so that they could have the clients, the consumers to come to the shopping centers and keep it alive. My argument to you is, and you have to think outside the box. Everything doesn't fit sometimes perfectly square in a box. This is the opposite. We are going to build residences close in the middle of these industrial area where all these jobs are, to give an opportunity to the residents of Hialeah to have good employment that's close by. They have a school right next door. They have employment right down the street. It's right on the same block. They can take a scooter, a bicycle, walk, whatever they want to do to get to these employments. So I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that's giving people an opportunity to make a good living as opposed to giving them an opportunity to be a consumer. You know, we've always agreed. The way Hialeah was developed was we have this section for this section for this section for this. And I don't know if it's worked the way it was supposed to, but this is something outside the box that I think would help the residents with that live, work, play. The parking that we talked about, this code, NBD, has a chart. And that chart says, if you have a 1-unit apartment or you have a 2-unit apartment, you still need 2 parking spaces. We're saying, and I know it's been approved many times before, is we have 1 space for each 1-bedroom unit. And we have extra. As far as the density, I think this is really interesting because at the last presentation, Mr. Osmond said something that caught my attention. He said, we do have 32 units per acre. And I said, what's he talking about? And I went back and I looked at it. And I remember I told you this land was bigger, was wider. It was more than 6.07 acres, which would be 32 units an acre. So I'm sure that's why he said that. I've been involved with other cases where if the owner of a property does a dedication for a right of way, for a street, for something that's needed, we take that into account when we're doing the density calculations. So I'm sure that's where that came from. Number 9 is the rendering of what it would look like. Number 10 is also a rendering. Number 11. You see, it's, like I said, very long, slender, and he'll come up here and give you some more of the details. But you see that big water area that's located on the right side. That's not because they wanted to use that to make a lake. This is a retention pond that was forced upon them. So besides having to give up land for other things, this is something that they had to do. And he'll also tell you how they've offered this property as industrial. They've offered this property to make warehouses, and nobody has been interested. And they've given them the reasons, and part of the reason is this is too thin. It just doesn't accommodate warehouses the way they are nowadays. So at this time, I will have Mr. Osmond come up and give you the important history regarding this, and then I will come back and finish up.
Mr. Chairman, Michael Osmond, 1474 West 84th Street, Hialeah.
Mr. Osmond, were you sworn in?
No, well, I was last time, but I'll be happy to be sworn in again.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
First of all, I would like to reiterate for the record and incorporate for the record the unabridged statement of facts that I gave at the last meeting. I won't go over all of those again this time. My intention is to give you the abridged set of facts this time, but I would like, for record purposes, that the previous statements and facts that I've introduced into the record be part of the record. These are the ultimate facts that relate to this property and are important considerations. Number one, when we bought the property some 10 years ago, the property was 230 feet in width. Number two, we were and have been instrumental in helping the city to get a grant and ultimately then pave and install West 40th Avenue. And hopefully you're familiar with the area and know that West 40th Avenue is a secondary major corridor. And that's where the property fronts. And it is because West 40th Avenue received a grant for installation that millions of square feet of warehouse have been able to be built there because West 40th Avenue exists. Also, as you remember from last time's presentation, there's a conservation easement, which you see on the maps there, that borders our property on the south. That conservation easement is some 200 feet in width. That's owned by the city, and as conservation easements go, nothing can be done with that property. It must stay exactly like it is, cannot be developed. That's the nature of a conservation easement. Well, because of the conservation easement on the south, let me back up just a bit. If you're not on a major thoroughfare in that area, all street dedications, except for the ones on the major nodes, which are 40 feet dedication required, all others and all of the warehouses that are there, when a street dedication is required in an industrial area, it's 35 feet width of dedication that's required. However, because of our unique set of circumstances and facts, because of the existence of the conservation easement on the south, the city imposed upon us the requirement of giving a right-of-way dedication of 65 feet. Why was that? Because the conservation easement could not be encroached upon. Therefore, the needed east-west corridor that the city wanted to have had to be accommodated wholly from our property. Therefore, the city required of us, before any development could take place, a 65-foot right-of-way dedication, which we gave. So now, as a result of that 65, which is what's now referred to as the connector, east and west, connector of West 112th Terrace. Because of that 65-foot dedication, that reduced the width of our property from what it was when we purchased it, which was 230 feet in width. It reduced it now down to 175 feet. And that's what Mr. Mestre mentioned to you about the width of the property, which was also explained in the planner's recommendation, how that is a very important and consideration and fact that relates to this property, because 175 feet in width is not something that the warehouse users of that area can build on. It's too narrow. All right, so in addition to the dedication of 65 feet, the city is now imposing upon us the obligation to improve the right-of-way that we gave to the city without cost. Well, all right, you say, well, so what's the big deal about that? Well, two important things. Number one, remember when we bought the property, that wasn't a requirement. We had 230 feet of width. We had right-of-way on the west. That was going to be the access to our property. The city wanted an east-west corridor. Okay, fine. We accommodated the city. We gave the east-west corridor. Not only did we give 35 feet that's required, we had to give 65 feet. All right. So now then, because of that dedication, the cost of improvement of that right of way, which it's not improved at this time. And that's because we haven't been able to develop the property. The cost, which wasn't a cost that was known or should have been known or that even was foreseeable when we bought the property, of the improvement of the right of way, because the right of way dedication wasn't something that was in any of the city plans. The cost of the improvement of that right of way of 65 feet, should be 35, but is 65, is almost $1.5 million. Why is that important? Okay, because not only did we have to give up 65 feet of our property, but now we have an additional burden of $1.5 million in order to do anything on this property. To put one brick on this property, we have to improve the entire right of way. $1.5 million of additional cost on us. We understand that. We're not happy about it, but it's something that should be, it's a fact, and it's something that is an important consideration. We have for some years now been aggressively marketing the property for sale for any and all of the BDH zoned uses. And there's quite a variety of uses that are permitted in the BDH area, which this property has the BDH zoning. We have been unsuccessful in being able to sell the property for any BDH use. Why? Really very simple. Again, these are facts. Because the property is too narrow, because there's an additional burden of cost of installation of the right of way, $1.5 million that adds to the cost of development of the property that otherwise wouldn't be there. Number three, because the property has wetlands, which this is another fact that maybe you all are not aware of. All of the warehouse property you see out there, where warehouses are built, they're built on C and D trash material. That means that they were former dump sites. Now, industrial uses with proper utilization, proper remediation are allowed to be on former dump sites. Well, our property is not a former dump site. Our property is virgin. Our property then, their properties, all of those warehouse properties do not have wetlands. Why? Because way back when, many, many years ago, when the county wasn't so environmentally sensitive and concerned about wetlands, they allowed dump sites. And then those dump sites were utilized and the property was filled up with trash. And whammo, no wetlands anymore. All right, so now they come along and they were able to develop their property without having the wetlands consideration. That's not our situation. All right, so there you have it. Those are the abridged facts that relate uniquely to this particular property. And we would advance that they are very important considerations for this property to be specially considered because of these facts and circumstances, and that they mitigate strongly in our favor for a different type of zoning, which is the application that we have before you. And we would urge that you would approve same. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Osman.
So what we're asking is a recommendation of approval for the 8-story, 204 unit apartment building. There's going to be 83 one-bedrooms that are 651 square feet to 689. 107 two-bedrooms, which range from 909 square feet to 1,044, and 14 three-bedrooms that are 1,094 square feet. Amenities on the property are a large pool, lobby, yoga spinning room, club room, and package room. There's 337 parking spaces for 204 units. I would ask you to go to slide 13, please. And these are just two former ordinances. One is approving a building that's 8 stories high, and the other is approving parking very similar to the situation that we have here. So I would ask you that to think outside the box and to provide this opportunity for the residents of Hialeah to be able to live close to where they go to school, live close to where they work, where they can get gainful employment, and give them the opportunity to live, work, and play in their own area. We'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Method. Comments or questions from the board?
Through the chair,
Go ahead.
I want to bring up some points that were brought up at the last meeting. That area has grown and there's not enough police and firefighters for that area yet. Nothing's been built for that yet. We don't know when it's going to be built. So that's one of the main points that were brought up, last time. And then this time around, I'm noticing, is everything around that property industrial?
Yeah.
And then everything to the south where you had the other circles, that's all residential, right? Or
South of
mostly
it-
like residential and mixed use.
I think south of it, it's kind of mixed, so to be fair. But where we are, it is industrial. And then to the east is where you have more residential as well.
I mean, that property there doesn't make sense to be around a whole bunch of warehouses. I understand your what you mentioned,
Right.
there's jobs around and all of that. It's just residential properties and then a bunch of warehouses all around that just doesn't look right.
And I did listen to you last time about the public safety concern. And I did speak to the chief of police. And they don't have a plan yet. I know that they're making an ask in Tallahassee. He did tell me that they have the idea is to build a public safety building out there that incorporates both fire and police. But he is very confident they're monitoring everything, that what they're doing now, having the police officers from Sector 5 cover, is working well. And he doesn't see the calls for service needed yet to be able to have something like that. The other thing is this project, along with the Lago Vista, which you saw last time, the impact fees, I believe in each one's somewhere around $4.5 million, which will help to get that done. Because it's kind of a catch-22. If Tallahassee doesn't give the money, then you don't have the tax base yet to put the police out there, but you can't put the police until it's between a rock and a hard place, I guess.
Okay.
But I understand what your concern is.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, there's. Okay, in a minute, we're not there yet. Okay, does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any more comments or questions?
Now through the chair.
I just want to comment. I just really want the board to understand that I live in that area. Some of our other board members live. The traffic there is unbearable as it is right now. We're gonna put a 300-unit apartment building 8 stories high, which is gonna be a sore thumb sticking out there with 8 stories high.
Is your microphone on?
Yeah, sorry. I know that I wish you could do something else to that property because I feel for you. I definitely feel for you. I understand a lot of things that happen with you, but living in that area, I can't see how this could, benefit us in any way, shape, or form as a city. I understand you have some hardships, But like I said before, maybe there's other avenues we could go through, like a hotel or something would be profitable there. The traffic there is unbearable. We have no cops. We don't have no police there in that area. I just implore everybody, please understand and read our city planner wrote on this document and understand. There's a lot of discrepancies that need to be, 100 minus 100, we're short 100 parking spaces in this one building. That's a lot. I would love to help everybody out and give everybody what they need, but we gotta look at what's best for that area. And I think that's a little bit too much. Maybe, like Deborah said, a smaller, lower cut building or something, maybe something like that. So please understand what Deborah read, look through it carefully, make sure that you consider the residents and everybody else. And hopefully that something could come and it'll work for you, because I really want it to work for you, but right now I just can't do it with what I see. Sorry.
Thank you, John.
Through the chair.
Okay.
I concur with you both. It's funny how you keep on saying we have to think out of the box. 2014 is when I moved to the area. That's 10 years. 10 years that I've been advocating to try to get 107 done. There's been a sign there since 2014, coming soon. It's still coming soon, and they haven't even, the potholes there, literally, it looks like Gaza. The trucks can't even drive through there. Just that street, by building it, logically, I know we can't take out the trucks. Logically, the trucks will go west, away from the residents' traffic. That road is still there. 170th is still untouched. It's part of the deal with the opening of the bridge. I've been there 10 years advocating for that area. In 2019, we had a crash. A crash where they locked down the actual residents for more than 5 to 6 hours. No one in, no one out. We even had a resident with a stroke in Bonterra. This is why I'm inviting you guys to visit the area. We love what's coming up in Hialeah, but the thing is, we have to address first the infrastructure, the connectivity for those residents. I feel for the residents that are coming in, yeah. And because they're gonna live literally inside of warehouses. There's no warehouses. Where he's talking about north of 170th is the Grams. Yes, the mega mall. The mega mall, it's coming, it's going. It's coming, it's going. 10 years that I've been there. And they've been default up north. So we don't know when it's coming. Yes, more homes are coming north of 170, but guess what? Where's a warehouse around that area? It's all greenery. This is all warehouses. I'm gonna tell you right now, it's not a smart thing to do to put that building in there. I know that I've heard that residents are east of 97 and industrial west. I say keep it industrial. I can't, like comprehend the traffic there. It's ridiculous every day. So I don't know what else to think out of the box. You know what I mean?
Let's be by a helicopter.
Yeah. We're short on police officers. We're short on firefighters. We literally have a mobile home as a fire station, which, yes, they're coming up, which I call like Caja China. But the amount of taxes we paid in that area, and we still haven't had connectivity, we got to implement it first before doing or bringing something like that. And it keeps on coming, and I like what's coming. I'm not going to lie. I'm not anti-building, but yes, we need this first. Implement it first and then bring it in. We invest, they're investing. They have to invest first on something to help the people around.
One more thing, I'm sorry, that I said it last time, that footprint is perfect for a hotel, and I know that you say that it's not, but I'm just saying it's an alternative. I'm just recommending, I've seen a lot of hotels in commercial areas and they're very successful.
Mr. Chairman, if I might. Mr. Yola, please. course. Please note what's there. We are the only vacant property in that whole section. Why? Why? Because we're crazy? Because we don't want to sell the property? No, we have tried, like I said, we have marketed it for every single BDH use allowable, which is quite a few. A motel is one of them. Schools, anything that is allowed in BDH, that's what we put out. Come, use our property. No takers. Well, excuse me, we had plenty of takers. We had, as I explained last time, we had many, when I say many, I'm talking about probably a dozen serious buyers. And every single time they investigated further the attributes of the property, what did they find? The things that I mentioned to you. The high cost of installation, the wetlands, and the slender, only 175 feet in width, which was unusable for their purpose. Those are the facts. And remember, these are not, Ms. Storch mentioned to a previous applicant, you shouldn't be allowed to have a variance because the problem is of your own creation. That's understandable. That's not our situation. Our situation is exactly the opposite, which is why we're here asking you for a special favorable consideration. Not to mention the fact that we're not out of tune with reality or with the trend of what the legislators in the state of Florida have determined to be something that cities like ours should do, which is what? Rezone vacant property that's in industrial areas to multifamily residential.
Yes, but provide affordable housing. So why don't you go by Senate Bill 102 and you provide affordable housing? That is what we need.
Okay, first of all, we are providing affordable housing.
No, you're not providing. affordable.
Yes, we are, because why? Because do you think that whoever would build this building doesn't already know and have done their serious due diligence? We're talking about multi-millions of dollars of cost to erect this building. They know the demand is there.
Well, if you want to go by Senate Bill 102, you can go, and 40% of your units need to be affordable at that AMI of 80% to 120% for 30 years. If you want to do that, you have all the right to do that. You sign a covenant and you go that way, and there your hardship is gone.
Ms. Storch, you're totally right about that. However, the point that you're overlooking conveniently is the fact, what about all of these other considerations that I just went over that play into this particular property? We could do that by right. By right.
Well, by right, but if you need variances like your large parking variance, you still need to be here. So it's not by right, you don't need a special use permit to expand the MBD, that is
Which is
outlandish.
why.
But you can come and ask for the parking variance.
Okay, I'm gonna interrupt the two of you for a minute. And I'm going to make a statement here. Fact. We have a housing crisis. Fact. Fact. It is a nice building. We need that building. Hang on. You are requesting, according to the recommendation here, you're good for 161 units, you're requesting 204. That's at least 40% more density. My math could be off percentage or two, but in the ballpark. I'm not too concerned about the height of the building. If, like Deborah said, we provide affordable housing. Now, fact, last meeting, I asked before the board members here, and somehow they didn't catch on to it. I asked you, Mr. Mestre, is
I
there,
call.
is there any concessions that can be made when Mr. Ulloa proposed a hotel? Okay, any concessions that can be made? You confer with your client, you both turned and said, no. That's a fact. So again, personally, trying to work with you. There's no way that I can see approving such a gigantic parking difference. It just, unless, hang on, hear me out. I'll give you the floor as long as you need. Now, again, I have no problem with a 5-story building. I mean, if it's within your budget and within the realm of the possibilities, go 6 stories, okay? Mr. Mestre, a few meetings ago, and this, I know this has nothing to do with this application, but it would serve as historical data. There was a project that you had that was recommended for denial off of 29th Street. Okay. You had absolutely no variances. Everything fit within the confounds of the property. Okay. Why can't this property be similar to the one on 28th Street? Make it fit. Make it fit. Provide parking. Okay. Reduce the density. Affordable housing. Okay, provide that. This is where I stand. Okay, we came to an impasse last week. I have to admit that I went back and I revisited the area and I revisited the information that was given us, the reports, the surveys. So I have them here from last week. Brought them back. Everything is here. Fact, first responders, but also fact, it is being worked on. It's already in the pipeline. So is that a moot point? No, but it is a concerning point, but it is in the pipeline. So like with Manny last week, we would love to see some concurrency of your building and first responders building. Okay. This is where I stand. And I'm going to be a little bit more specific this time when I ask, are there any considerations that you can make? Any?
Can I speak to that, Mr. Perez?
I'm sorry?
Can I speak to that?
Are there any, can you make any concessions based
Yes.
on the recommendations here.
Yes.
Please.
Okay, first of all, I heard the comment that you made in the last meeting,
Thank you.
and I took it to heart.
Thank you.
And so I've made arrangements. And we're willing to make proffers, but I need to explain them. And hopefully you all can understand. First of all the things you asked for are correct. But together, all of those are too much of an ask for us to be able to accommodate. For example, the parking. There's a trade-off between the height of the building and your parking surface. That's just a fact. All right. So I went back to the drawing board, and I'll speak to this specifically in just a minute, but there are some arrangements that we can make for the parking. Second, for fire, we could proffer a contribution for the fire department to build on what the city already owns there, which is just walking distance. The city has a 37-acre park, which part of that park is supposed to be a substation for fire and a substation for police. We can help. What else can we do? All right, well, what was the other consideration that you asked for? Oh, reduction of density. Okay, the density relates to the fact that we have limited property, and our density is less than 32 units to the acre. And you say, how do you come to that calculation? Because our property before the dedication, which is the way the city allows the density to be computed, was 6.97 acres. That's how the space of the property when we bought it. Divide 204 by 6.97, and you'll get less than 32 units to the acre. Because if it wasn't less, we couldn't come without asking for that variance, which we're not asking for, because that's not a variance that we're asking for, because
The code reads that the density goes by net acre.
Yes.
You're asking for density by gross acre, and that is not written anywhere in the code. In the code calls for net density. The only place where you can have gross density is in the TOD, and this is not the TOD. So the maximum you can have here by the letter of the code is 161 units.
I don't want to have an argument, but I can show you a multiplicity of applications where the gross area is used to determine density. All right. So the density less than 32 units to the acre, which is standard maximum for the area, we're less than that. It's been approved in a number of situations. And besides all that, we need, because we have the housing crisis, we need some more units. All right. So now back to the parking. To create more parking costs us considerable amount of money. Okay. But we redid the calculations. We did another drawing. We reduced the pond. Now, just so you have some understanding of what it costs to do this, the pond has to be reduced because that's a required area. However, there is what's called underground storage of water. And if you provide an underground storage system for your rainwater, then you don't have to have that big of a pond. That costs serious money. Okay. We did the calculations. We did the redraw of parking. We can substantially increase the parking at a significant cost to us but we're willing to do it if that's, we'd like to proffer that, if that's something that would gain the approval of this board. And if you want to get to the specifics of the numbers, I can do it. I have the calculations in my briefcase. I can tell you it's significant increase. So if you want, I'll give you the exact numbers. You interested?
I'm interested.
All right, one second.
I'm also, while you're doing that, I'm also interested in the fact that the parking is at a major deficit. I know you're gonna work on that and you're gonna, all right? That's, see, like last time, those are concessions that even though they were spelled out in the recommendation, somehow we kind of like glossed over them. Even though I did ask for it, but we did not specify. We were not specific as to what the considerations could be. And like I said, look, I'm willing, and Deborah may kick me in the, you know
I
what,
understand.
okay? When I say I'm good for 5 stories, not necessarily, but it's just a figure of speech. As long as you comply with the parking, as long as you comply with the density, as long as you comply with the affordable housing.
Okay. I'm
Mr.
sorry,
Osmond,
I didn't address the affordable.
let's face it. Okay, let's look at the elephant in the room. All your hardship aside, donating this,
It's real, though.
donating that, dedicating this, dedicating that, money's here, money's there. Believe me, I'm with you.
We are. That's for sure. I'm with you.
Okay. And you know what? I lost my train of thought. Where was I going? I'm sorry.
Affordable housing.
Okay, can I speak to that?
Go ahead.
All right.
While I regain, I'm sorry.
It's again, it's just a numbers game. The property yields more income if it's market rate and yields less income if a certain portion of it has the promise for the what we call affordable housing, because those rents are reduced on purpose to provide for people that have lower income. All right, again, if you put all those, which those are, you know, reasonable asks, but we can't accommodate all of them. We can accommodate one or maybe all of one and maybe a little part of another, but all of them together, they're just too much. It doesn't work. So let me first address the parking. We could, at significant cost to us, but we're willing to proffer it, increase the parking to 409 spaces. That's by reducing the pond and by having underground storage. Now, there are that costs, again, a very considerable amount of money. So if the city said, no, we'd rather have a contribution to the fire department, okay, that's fine. Or in lieu of that, we'd rather have maybe 10% of the units to be affordable. Okay, we could do that again, but we can't accommodate all of those things.
Okay, noted. And it did.
Through the chair.
I got the wind behind, you know, behind my sail again. Well, my comment to you was going to be, all things considered, the elephant in the room, you are starting with a blank sheet of paper. You're starting with a blank piece of land. Okay? Which means, now you know I have a lot of respect for the both of you. You know that you guys have been coming in front of us for many, many years.
Many.
We have a history. But it is a known fact that piece of paper, pencil.
I-
You can sit here and you can draw and you can make it happen. Will it cost you more? No doubt. No doubt. My question is, and I'm gonna stop yapping. I'm gonna allow the rest of the board to say their piece. My question is, and don't take this personally, I understand that you have a hardship money-wise. But why should the city absorb such a cost, such a detriment?
We definitely have a different point of view on that.
Uh,
And the reason is because we believe sincerely that we have already contributed significantly to the city. Because in order for this property to be developed at all for any use, that road has to be put in. The city's not paying for that. It's not, and the cost of that roadway is virtually double what it should have been. All right, so we're paying for that. We gave the property for free to the city. We paid for that. We helped the city to get, the improvements and the grants, and we cooperated in every way that the city asked us to. So we sincerely, earnestly say, we have helped the city. All right, now, is it a benefit or a detriment to the city to have residents live close to where they work and where they can have recreation and have city services? Well, that's half full, half empty.
No,
Do you know what is a better use for that property? The police and the fire station. So in reality, if you want to give something to the city, that would be the idea. The location is perfect. We will build the street. No, that would be awesome.
I'm with
I
you.
concur.
I'm with you in the fact that we need housing. Okay. We need housing, but do we have to get that housing at such a terrible cost? Such a terrible, Harkin, Mr. Osman, come on, let's face it, you know how Hialeah is. You know how my people are. They're parking. There's
Oh,
no
yes,
parking.
yes, sir. But
There's no
again,
parking anywhere.
again, it's a half full, half empty. Our construct is that there's going to be a significant number of the residents that would live in these apartments that are going to work in that area.
That's a beautiful concept.
No, we don't
It's a
know that
beautiful-
for a
it's a
fact,
beautiful
but
concept, just
we
like-
have projections.
Just like all these projects on the east side by Tri-Rail, Metro Rail.
Understood, yeah.
Okay.
There are already 2,102 apartments there in that annexation area. And it's your client, Cesar, one of your clients, Emerald Bay, they have difficulty renting those units. So we're going to come here and build more units. Well, we have already 2,000 units, probably closer. There you can walk to the school, you can walk to the shopping center, you can walk along 97th Avenue without having to.
Can
go
I speak to that,
97th through
please?
Industrial property. So why do we need more units if we have 2,102 units?
I'll try to be really quick. It's just like when gas prices were $5 a gallon. What did the president do? He said, release oil from the strategic reserve that we have.
Don't go there, please.
What?
Don't go there. No, don't,
Yeah,
please,
no.
please don't go there.
That was
Because
done.
now you're talking as far, me personally, that's a sore subject.
Oh.
Because you know what, I don't.
I'm just
No,
telling
I'm
you,
not.
supply and demand is what controls whether or not people are going to live there.
Okay. All right, as far as the comment that I was trying to finish. The east side, Metro Rail, Tri-Rail, the thought was all these units which have proposed, been approved, being built, which I know for a fact that somewhere along the line, you had something to do with it, okay? Because I know you had some land in it, whether we want to admit it or not, okay? And the thought division was everyone is going to ride Metro Rail, everyone is going to ride Tri-Rail, okay? It has yet to be confirmed because the buildings are still in the process of, but
Also true.
But is it really going to happen? In the
Okay.
meantime, we have to deal with what we have at hand.
All I can tell you is if I worked in one of those warehouses, I would like to live
Oh, yeah.
across the street where I could walk to work and not have to have a car and go through traffic and spend half of my day in traffic.
All
So
right, well-
just multiply that.
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
I would love to see like a snow tubing there or a shooting range because it's long. But what I want really doesn't matter. Our job is just to approve or deny whatever you bring to us.
Actually, to recommend.
Exactly.
And that's what we are seeking is this board's favorable recommendation.
So I like the idea. However, it seems a little bit out of place considering there's all the industrial around it. Every time I live in West Hialeah, every time I go by West 8th Avenue and 20th Street, where there's that I Matter school in the middle of the industrial, I always think like, why would they approve a school in the middle of a railroad track and this and that? It just didn't make sense to me. Like, I don't know. And this kind of reminds me of that. I'm kind of torn because I see your hardship, your difficulty, but at the same time, like what everybody is saying that there is no fire, no police, the egress, the heart attack guy. I'm like, it's like putting more people into danger. It just seems like it. And it's not your fault. It's not your fault. But when are they gonna like fix all these problems? And so that's where I'm torn. Like, I want to help you, like resolve the issue you have that you lost land and whatnot, but I don't want to put more people in danger.
Well, neither do we, actually. And I can speak to infrastructure. First of all, the connection to the turnpike is under construction as we speak. So that doesn't connect to 170th without 170th being improved. And the plans are, which are already approved, is that that's going to be a 6-lane thoroughfare from the turnpike all the way to I-75, 6 lanes. All right. 107th Avenue. Guess how that gets built? Impact fees. Okay, do we pay impact fees? Well, yeah. And the city and the county go together. That's how 97th Avenue got put in. That's how 102nd Avenue, which is the one that we front, that we were instrumental in making happen. That's how that one happened. And that's the way 107th Avenue is going to happen. Now, it's a cart before the horse. And sometimes, especially with infrastructure, it's out of sync. Many times you don't get infrastructure and then the user. You get the users and then you get the infrastructure. But you know that it's coming. Why? And how do you know? Because it's already in the books. It's already approved. And the main one is already under construction. By the way, 102nd Avenue is a 4-lane thoroughfare with very little traffic. That's where we are. We're not talking about any significant traffic impact. And then it's going to be further mitigated better when the turnpike opens the exit, which again is under construction. Those are considerations that are real. It's not pie in the sky.
Okay. Is there any more? My last question is, and again, I repeat myself from last week. What specific concessions are we talking about? What would you proffer?
Mr. Press, You know, it's really pretty much the pleasure of the board. Pick one. You want a significant contribution to fire or police so they can build a station? I'm talking about significant. Why do I say that? Because then we wouldn't increase the parking. So pick one. You want more parking? You want a extra special contribution, which we're able to give in lieu of that? Or do you want some set aside for some what they call affordable?
Through the chair,
Yes, sir.
is this something that can be done in the middle, like negotiate like this or something, or should this? For them to do
I'm
something, can it, like-
explaining.
I'm
Well,
just- I'm
he
just
can,
asking the attorney, the city attorney,
He can proffer.
I'm just saying, 'cause this is the first time I hear something like this happen, so I'm a little bit confused.
I don't understand what you're talking about for fire and police, Mr. Osmond.
He mentioned something that he would make a substantial contribution.
voluntary.
Voluntary towards the
As a condition of approval?
No,
considering the fact that the infrastructure monies are already in the pipe. So that kind of,
this is in addition to the impact fees.
so you have,
No, any contribution, monetary contribution made would have no bearing on this application and would not be taken into consideration when approving or denying this application.
Yeah, a little concerned about that.
okay, Mr. Osmond, bottom line is, it's a beautiful project. You build beautiful projects, buildings, what have you. I don't have anything against it. But I'm in a position where I need to get something, not I, not I. Let's make sure that, for the record, not I personally,
Totally understood.
that the city, the constituents, the residents, the neighborhood gets something.
So let me
Beneficial.
proffer, just to show our good faith, we can proffer the expansion of the parking area to accommodate 409 spaces, which increases over the 337, which is the original application.
And one more thing,
Which-
if there's gonna be any changes or anything, shouldn't it be done with Deborah and? then
My
be done
recommendation
the whole
is still denial, because what I think is that asking here for an expansion of the MBD at that location has nothing to do, it's not consistent with the comprehensive plan. That zoning is not consistent with the area, it's not compatible with what is there. So even if he has the 409 parking spaces, the recommendation is still denied. We have two people now that want.
Through the
to look
chair.
in the.
Guys, these are warehouses, not like the east side. These are state of the art monstrosities.
24 operation.
This is not even-
24/7.
I think you need a blimp to get on top of one of these warehouses. That's how high they
Yeah,
are.
I've seen them.
And they have trucks coming and going all day.
It's
loading and
constantly,
loading.
remember, this is a Home Depot, they're regional, right? It's regional
Yeah.
from the United and Target, which, you know, makes sense of a hotel,
I know
yes,
Home Depot goes
but
for blocks.
this thing is like, like
Million square
monsters.
feet.
It doesn't make sense there at all,
Doesn't-
at all. This is a square of like warehouses, square, literally a square of warehouses in this, in the northern middle part of the whole thing. Doesn't make sense. Sorry, but it doesn't. I can't approve this.
Yeah, same here.
I can't.
Okay. I,
The two person.
yes, I'm gonna open up the floor for the, I still. I'm right now, I'm in a position where I cannot move forward unless I see some substantial benefits to the city. And I know that you're proffering to do this and to do that, but it's just not ringing. Chew on that for a second.
I'm sorry.
Chew on that for a second.
Okay.
Let me open the floor for comments. And then we'll get to those two individuals on Zoom. By the way, Zoom individuals, thank you, huh? You want to, yeah, we can. Okay, can we're gonna get to you. We're not gonna discard you. Unlock one of them.
Good evening, board. My name is Carlos Narvaez. I'm a resident
evening.
at Bonterra community. Thank you for the opportunity for letting me to speak.
Can I have your address, please?
Yes, 9796 West 34th Avenue. Bonterra, 9796.
9796. Okay, thank you. Go
Yes.
ahead.
So, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak tonight. Listen, we don't need any more housing in the annex area. There is too much traffic. We don't have fire department. We don't have a police presence, police station. Adding these so many units to the area is gonna add more chaos and it's not gonna bring any more benefits to this area. So as a representative of many homeowners, I implore you, please do not approve this project. It's gonna bring more chaos and it's not gonna improve our quality of life. We already pay too much taxes on this area and we're not seeing the benefits. So I please implore you, do not approve this project. It's gonna bring more misery. And what's gonna happen is that our property values are gonna go down because of the amount of traffic that a project of this magnitude is gonna add to the area. So please, I implore you guys, do not approve this project. Thank you so much.
Okay, Mr. Navarez, just for the record, I don't know if you heard this comment or not, but since you brought it up, as far as the first responders are concerned, there is money in the pipeline in Tallahassee. Okay, there is monies for first responders, police, and fire. Now, when will we realize that monies? We don't know, but it's already in the pipeline. So I just wanted to kind of like, throw that out at you so that you would at least have, have a little knowledge. Okay.
Yeah, yes, I did hear that first part. Thank you so much. It's just that if my wife, every morning when she goes to work, she had to leave an hour and a half before because of the amount of traffic in the morning. And then when you're coming home, it's the same thing. It's just that it's way too much traffic in this area to be adding a project of this magnitude. And I invite you guys to come during rush hour so you could experience what we experience every day, especially going to work and coming home from a long day of work. It's becoming really, really miserable to our life with the amount of homes that we have in the area, the amount of traffic, and then bringing something this big to the area, that is going to decrease our quality of life.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Can we get Rudy on the line?
Yeah,
Rudy, iPhone.
yes, sir. Good evening.
Good
board.
evening. Name and address, please.
Rodolfo Carvajal, and the address is 3359 West 96th Place.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Yeah, I'm just chiming in, kind of piggybacking on the gentleman prior. That I believe any project as far as housing or commercial, anything shouldn't be allowed until we have the infrastructure in place. Until that 170th is not open to the turnpike, 107 is not repaired correctly to where it's easy to navigate, and maybe even an expansion on 97th. It's like the gentleman prior said, we shouldn't approve anything until the infrastructure is in place. We back here have been living with a substandard fire station, no police presence. So to approve anything now is just to put more people in harm's way. And there's the traffic is just bad. I know this board, I think it was that they helped us several years ago to open the bridge on 170 to Miami Lakes, but that has since been muted only because thousands of more homes and apartments have been realized back here. So we're back to square one, where it'll take you in the morning just to travel about half a mile, maybe 30 to 90 minutes, depending upon what time you leave. It can take me 90 minutes just to get out of my neighborhood and get on I-75 if you're leaving anywhere between 7:30 and 8:30. I mean, it gets really bad. It can be up to 90 minutes, usually somewhere around like 45 at least. So I implore you to not authorize any new building until the infrastructure is in place to be able to handle it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
I'm sorry I call you Rudy, but that's what I have on my screen here. It says Rudy's iPhone, so Rodolfo,
fine.
right?
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay, well, thank you and good night.
Good night. sir.
All right, is that it for the electronic? Okay. Oh, there's one more. Go ahead and Louis.
Yes, my name's Luis
Name
Resendez.
Name and address, please.
Yeah, my name's Luis Resendez. My address 3560 West 92nd Place. I live in Montero, and I wanted to, piggyback on the traffic, but also, ever since the more people were coming, all the community or the apartments that has opened north of Montero, the new development over there, we've seen more vandalizing, more robbing and theft on our community. Last year and the year before, it was calm, it was nice. Nowadays, we have to live with our doors of our cars, locked. We have lost my kids' bicycles, and because people are coming into these communities from elsewhere, and it's getting tougher. Without, I know that you keep saying that it's on the pipeline, money for the police and all that. But in the meantime, it's getting crowded. It's not only traffic, but too many people. You'll see apartments where one bedroom, there's a family of 3 living on those apartments. And it's hard. I mean, we spend a lot of money here on these houses. We spend a lot of money on taxes to live, try to live calm. And now, we gotta make sure that, like I said, our back doors are locked in the house. We gotta put cameras outside our houses now because there's a lot of theft. And then also the gentleman was saying that warehouses, work environment and all that, people go, they try to, get hired on those warehouses. That's a lie. I mean, they're not hiring all the time, Yeah, you're going to have, 300, 400 apartments with, a family of 2 or 3. Not everybody's going to work on those warehouses. Maybe 10% or maybe 5% of those families are going to work around those warehouses. Everybody has to go out and work, and traffic's going to get worse.
Thank you, Louis. Thank you for your participation.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Name and address, please.
Hi, Jose Aldi, 788 Southeast Park Drive. I want to show a video. I don't know if Jasmine, you're going to show the video? The picture.
A picture. You sent the picture.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. There's a clause that we have to have those photos, videos, or pictures or anything
No,
with prior notice.
We had it with prior notice. Yes,
It's only one picture.
Well, we don't.
Frank.
Mr. De La Paz, Mr. De La Paz,
Frank,
Sir,
Frank, keep your place, please.
Mr. Ozzy. Is this have anything to do with this application?
Absolutely, 100%. And I turned this picture in, well, you gotta stop the clock, Ivan.
Don't worry about the,
Oh, no,
don't
no,
worry
no,
about the
don't.
clock. Does this,
Absolutely,
this
100%.
Three Friends Park has to do with this application that's at hand?
The concept of what was gonna happen here and the concept of our experience with Mr. Osmond, of course, 100%.
Mr. Ozzy, are you here to speak in favor or against the application that's on at hand?
against
Okay.
Oh, this application.
this application, sir.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to start by honoring you guys. I know you guys do the same research as the city council and you don't get the prestige, the honor, and this is hard work. I mean, I come here twice a week and, I don't know, it's really tough work and very few people could do what you do. So I really honor you and how important this is. You have the most important, job here. Okay, so I wanted to show this because this is exactly what's happening. I have friends that live in the annex area where the church started, the church there on the property. I live within 500 yards of this, the feet of this. The church started with 22 less parking. And then the property across it got 22 less parking. And then they built the Navarro, that's a total of 60 less.
Hold on. Pause this time. Okay. Hear me out.
Yes, sir.
I'm looking at this picture that you sent in. Southeast 9th Avenue. Park Drive. Okay, 3 Friends Park. What is this? Lejeune,
And Okeechobee.
Okeechobee, the 112 connector.
It's
Okay,
Lejeune and Okeechobee.
okay. Answer me this question, okay,
Okay.
as truthfully as you can. What relationship does this picture and the comments that you're making have to do with Mr.
If you
Osmond?
give me 2 minutes, 11 seconds, I will tell you, which I'm entitled to.
No, I'm not denying that. That's why I had her pause.
I
the
told the
time.
city attorney, Mr. Margaret Alex, and I'm telling you, if you give me 2 minutes, 11 seconds.
That's why I had her pause the
Absolutely.
time so that you can reclaim your time. But my question is, your comments have to be related to this.
Sir, I've been told this 4 times already. I understand.
Thank you.
This is the
Go
5th
ahead.
time. I understand.
Go ahead.
Okay, so we started in a vacuum. The church was giving, and then second, and then we keep giving, and there's no parking available. The same thing is happening. If this project was built when there was nothing around it, it would be fine, right? And Mr. Osmond said the infrastructure will come after. I've never in my life heard the infrastructure comes after development. What are they gonna do? Bring the turnpike all the way into your property? Everybody's still gonna have the parking. Some of the reasoning. Mr. Osmond, 3 years ago in my neighborhood, brought 2 other attorneys, pictures, everything was perfect, everything was fine, you know, and right, not only north of us, we already have a parking issue, east of us. So because just like Felix Azardi in the park told you the park was abandoned, it was a lie, and you will see those things in the future. But a developer can come here, just like they did to us, Mr. Osmond did to us, and show everything pretty, and there's a parking issue, right? Mr. Osmond has a history of overdevelopment. I could bring you pictures in the first city council meeting of projects. We got good developers in Hialeah and we have bad developers in Hialeah. We have developers that try to make the least amount of space and the least amount of parking. There's bargaining that kept going on. That's not legal, right? I don't know. I'll take that back. I don't know if that was legal. There's bargaining that took place. But we have good developers and we have bad developers. We have good projects. We have bad projects. Developers have a history of what they've done in the city. You can go back. Everything was plenty pretty. We can look at Mr. Osmond's projects and they're overdeveloped. He sounds like a victim, right? He sounds here like a victim. He made a bad investment. He wants you to bail him out. Dade County has a shortage of housing. It's not Hialeah's cause to fix the shortage of housing in Miami-Dade County. It's your responsibility, and you have a very hard responsibility. I'm not saying you have like the hardest board. I'm saying that it's not your responsibility to fix the housing issue. It's your responsibility. What's the history of the developer? What history has he brought before? And what is he saying? Some of the things he have think, you know, like, so that's what I implore you to. The history of a developer counts. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. One more.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. My name is Frank De La Paz with a mailing address of 11,000 Southwest 104th Street, 2804, Miami, Florida, 33116. Welcome the new members. Baptized by fire. I just want to make a couple of comments in general, not necessarily to the project, but in general, all the conversations that we have been going on. And all those comments are, as far as I can tell, the truth. I got a lousy memory.
Okay, one second, Frank. Are you as a public speaker? Are you? part
No,
of-
I am a registered lobbyist of
Okay.
this project.
Okay. Go ahead.
Obviously, of all those people in this room, maybe the oldest one hanging around the city has been me and Mr. Osmond with this type of situations. We've been coming regularly for different projects to the city since at least 1978. I wish there were more developers that could say the thing that I'm saying, that it would be hard pressed to find those projects that we've been involved that have been detrimental to the city. I'm not asking for you to trust me, even though it's one of my favorite places on the system. The famous mushroom would trust me. And I think that should count to a certain extent. The city in the past has looked at many developments that had never turned out to be. The area around the city hall, the courthouse across the street, the famous community government center that we're going to have, Palm Center, the Cardoso Hilton, where is the convention center? It was going to be affordable housing, public housing. Never happened. It's very good to have affordable housing. But then again, as being the most Republican city in the southern United States and being capitalist, things have to balance. You can have the glass half empty and half full. If economically you cannot build affordable housing without government help, yes, the city should be putting on for many years now, and they have been negligent on it. They have the resources, the way to fund it, and build affordable housing. They have chosen not to. They have chosen to build only elderly housing because the money comes in from Section 8. Let's face it. Those are things that happen. Now, this narrow piece of land, it has its deficiencies. If 112 had not been dedicated, those warehouses that are surrounding us now would not have been built. Nevertheless, you mentioned a nice area where somebody stuck a school in the middle of industrial. For crying out loud, it was the city of Hialeah who built that school. It wasn't a private individual, a private developer. It was a city project. Was it the right place? Maybe not, but the city didn't have no more land. Look what you have gone through for the academy on 76th Street that they want to expand. Papa God is not making no more land. Now, on the same neighborhood that you and I grew up in, Walker Park, you walk down the street on 23rd Street, you got industrial on one side and you got multifamily on the other. And the perimeter of all the residential areas, you have the same thing. Some of them are old, some of them are more new. You go down to West 4th Avenue and 76th Street, and you got the mayor and the mayor living in this neighborhood, and we got brand new warehouses with brand new multi-family development and mixed use. And at the beginning, nobody thought that it makes sense, but it does. Now, infrastructure and development, I'm of the opinion that the government should put up and build the streets before they ask us to pay for them. When I built 107th and Okeechobee, what you all know to be Channel 41, we got a heck of a time. We wanted to build the avenue. We wanted to cross Okeechobee. Oh no, you have to build it this way and that height. And then on the first rainstorm, we got flooded. Because government is the one that controls the road building. Instead of building them and then we will build, no, you're gonna give us money and we will build them whenever we feel like building it. If not, you have to build it if you want to develop your property, which is the case that we're facing right now. Not only did we have to dedicate a road to help the city, now we have to pay for it. Yes, what you said is correct. We can build more units there. We can put a 3-story high parking garage and be a white elephant like the one we got behind City Hall. People come to the courthouse and they park in front of City Hall. People don't like to park on high parking garages. Nevertheless, at what cost can we build there? It's not sustainable. We're not going to be able to get no tenants in there. It's not economically feasible. We are Republican and capitalist, and we've been funding all of the ism for over 2,000 years. That's the way it is. But we have to have a balance. That will be, within 5 years, the border of residential to the industrial to the south. It is already on the plans what the Grahams are going to do on north of 170, and we happen to be on the south side. 107, it's a mess. Yes, it's a mess, but who's supposed to fix it? The government, and they haven't done it, and they've been getting the money. Are you telling me all those big boxes have not paid enough impact fees and service charges and whatever you want to call it to have them? Oh, but we'll get to it. You know, that's the way it is. And we should not be penalized for what the government hasn't done. I agree with Mr. Ulloa. Yeah, we could have tried a hotel there. There ain't no need for hotel. The last Holiday Inn on 49th Street and the Palmetto became apartments. Why? There was no demand for hotels. It was not profitable to have a hotel. Even though if you tried to get a hotel room close to the airport, you could not find one. But those are the economics of the society that we live on. Should we be punished? You know what? The market will punish us if we build something that will not work. It's called foreclosure and failure. And for the last 45 years, neither Mr. Osman or I have failed. If there's not a project that you can show us that we have failed and it had not turned out to be, hey, they were right. This looks nice. Yeah, this was nice. This worked. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right. This closes the part of the public hearing. Mr. Messer, you want to have some?
No, I think
Closing
enough
words?
has been said.
All right, so in your famous words, enough has been said.
Yes, sir.
What's the pleasure of the board?
Motion to deny?
We have a motion to
second.
deny. We have a second by whom?
We have a motion by Mr. Ulloa, second by Mrs. Santiesteban. Mr. Jimenez,
Yes.
Mr. Iglesias,
Yes.
Mrs. Enriquez,
Yes.
Mr. Ulloa,
Yes.
Mr. Mason,
Yes.
Mr. Perez,
Unless you can provide me with some concessions, yes,
Mr. Santiesteban,
Yes.
item has been denied.
thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 6, rezoning from R2, 1 and 2 residential district to B1 highly restricted retail district. And variance permit to allow 100% of the units with area less than 850 square feet, where 850 square feet is the minimum required. And only 10% of the units may have an area of less than 850 square feet. Allow 16 parking spaces where 32 parking spaces are required, and waive building mass requirements. Properties located at 3670 East Fourth Avenue, zones R1, R2, 1 and 2 family residential district within area 2 of the neighborhood business district overlay. Applicant Cesar Mestre Esquire.
The property in this application is located at 3670 East Fourth Avenue, currently a vacant lot of 8,410 square feet. The lot is facing East Fourth Avenue and has a 58 feet of street frontage. Currently, the geographic area 2 of the neighborhood business district overlay includes East Fourth Avenue. Therefore, this property can benefit from the MBD overlay regulations and incentives. The applicant is requesting a rezoning from R2 to B1 to align with the current land use of commercial. In addition, the properties to be developed under the regulations of the MBD, including density of 66 units per acre, according to the height and density incentives being proffered by the applicant. The proposal consists of a 3-story building with a covered parking area at the ground level, including dwelling units at the 2nd and 3rd floor, and a commercial space at the 2nd floor facing the street. The project will incorporate small green areas sufficient to meet the required landscaping as depicted on plans submitted. The landscaping is proposed to include 7 trees, all native and drought tolerant. The project is proffering the following incentives to gain the increased height and density. Diverse residential units, including a minimum of 20% affordable housing. 20% affordable, it's 3 units to be offered between 50 to 80% AMI. Permanent artwork at street level and visible from the street needs to provide plans and details prior to the first council meeting. Architectural features of the building at facades and elevation. See provided building elevations and renderings. Parking facilities provided out of street view. See provided site plan. Public open spaces to be provided or labeled on plans prior to first council reading. Enhanced outdoor furniture to provide plan details prior to first council meeting. Improved storefront and development signage to be provided or labeled on plans prior to first council meeting. Amenities such as a swimming pool, fitness center, recreation rooms, or playgrounds to be provided or labeled on plans prior to the first council reading. What I just read are the 8 incentive points that they are proffering, that they are applying to those incentive points to obtain the increased density. Many of them are in the plans, some are not. So what we're asking is that before council reading, you should provide those. The project is requesting variances relating to a commercial use at the 2nd floor, the size of the units being less than 850 square feet, parking variance for the residential and commercial component, and requesting a waiver for the building mass and building frontage development standards. These variances and waivers are internal to the site and can be approved if all the other site components are developed according to the submitted plans. The requested zoning and variances may be approved if all proffered incentives are included and shown on a revised and completed set plan prior to first reading of City Council if approved. Now you have 2 weeks, so you have extra time. The applicant shall be subject to develop the property consistent with the plans presented and revised prior to first reading, including the proposed color scheme, art, affordable housing, and amenities. These are important considerations since the increased density and architectural benefits are gained through proffering such improvements. The condition, the applicant shall provide revised plans and a recorded declaration of restrictions and covenants relating to incentives for affordable housing and other amenities prior to first reading. Recommendation approved to rezone variances and waiver with the above mentioned conditions.
Cesar Mestre with offices at 8105 Northwest 155th Street, Miami Lakes, Florida.
Thank you.
Obviously, we have a big difference in this one than we did from the one before. This one's actually located within the MBD. It's a vacant land. There was a school there that burned down a couple of years ago. You can go to the next slide. This is where the property is located. Next slide. This is what it looks like now. You see there's a big apartment building to one side and a little shopping center to the other. Next slide. Next one. Next one. This is what is located directly across the street. Next one. This is across the street to the north. Next slide. And this is looking north on East 4th Avenue. Next slide. This is what the rendering would look like. As you can see, it's a very modern, nice looking building. It's a total of 13 units. They're all 1 bedrooms. There's a commercial space on the 2nd floor, which go to the next slide. Next one. You can barely tell there, but there's a lobby on the 1st floor and parking. We do have 1 parking per unit plus an extra 3. There's a lobby that's for the elevator for the residents. And on the other side, there's a small lobby with a stairs that goes up to a second story commercial area, gonna be like an office space for somebody there. We're providing the artwork, the architectural features, parking out of view. And more importantly, as you heard, we will be providing affordable housing on this one pursuant to the AMI guidelines requested. That will be put into the declaration of restrictions. So with the recommendation of approval, the difference and the affordable housing, the aesthetic in the improvement for the area, we would ask you for a recommendation of approval. With me today are Mr. Tejeda, the owner, and the architect, in case you have any questions.
Thank you, sir. Comments or questions on the board?
Yes, through the chair.
Go ahead.
There's 10 units or 13 units?
13.
That includes the office space?
That's,
Or that's just-
that's not a unit. It's the 13 apartments plus the little commercial space.
And you said that there's one parking space per apartment?
Yeah,
so
there's
that's
16
three.
spaces, so it's 13 plus 3.
Are you good?
Yes.
Caesar? Man, why are you picking stuff around my house, man?
Yeah, it seems to be the case lately, right?
Well, like in the previous applications you've had, very familiar with that building. Right across the street from Lorenzo's Hardware.
It was a nightmare. The daycare there was a nightmare. A
Diego,
traffic
how long have you
nightmare.
lived there? In that area?
1968.
You remember a place called Más por Menos
Yes.
Carniceria?
Yes.
That was my first job.
Oh, yeah? There you go. So I'm very familiar with the area. Across the street from that other school that I erroneously thought it was your client's
Right.
second school.
Right. Thumbelina?
Thumbelina.
Well, this actually was a Thumbelina.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
And it burned down.
okay. Yeah, no, I'm good with it. If there's any comments or questions from the board, that we want to entertain.
We're ready.
Anyone in the audience have a comment or question? Anyone in the electronic audience? Okay, closes the public hearing. Was a pleasure of the board.
Motion.
Motion
approve.
to. Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Sanchez Esteban, and we have a second by Mr. Ulloa. Mr. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Mason,
Yes.
Mr. Sanchez Esteban,
Yes.
Mr. Iglesias,
Yes.
Mrs. Enriquez,
Yeah.
Mr. Ulloa, Mr. Jimenez.
Yes.
Item has been approved. With conditions.
With conditions too.
Yeah.
With conditions.
Item number 7, rezoning properties from R3 multiple family district to R35 multiple family district. Variance permit to allow 44 additional units having a rear setback of 7.58 feet for the north buildings and 7.91 feet for the south buildings, where 20 feet are required. And to allow 127 parking spaces where 333 parking spaces are required. Properties are located at 1200, 1205, 1265, and 1280 West 25th Place, including vacated portion of West 25th Place right of way. Hialeah Zoned R3 Multiple Family District. Applicant Hugo Arza, Esquire, on behalf of Oceanmar Park Apartments LLC.
Okay, we have to amend the application because in reality, you're asking not for a rear setback, but for a side setback. That is, or 758 and 7.91 where 10 are required, not 20. So it's the variance that they are requesting is less than what we advertise. So let me
Okay,
repeat.
let him identify.
Yes, Hugo Arza, 701 Brickell Avenue.
Thank
for
you,
the
sir.
applicant.
This application encompasses 4 lots and the vacated right-of-way abutting the 4 lots. The vacation took place according to ordinance number 2017-22, vacating a portion of West 25th Place. The total area of the properties included the vacated area is approximately 5.80 acres and are located west of West 12th Avenue. The properties are improved with 26 one-story buildings, including 104 one-bedroom dwelling units, originally built in 1967, according to Miami-Dade County records. The site was developed with 127 parking spaces serving the project, meaning that there is 1 parking space for each unit, 5 accessible parking spaces, and 18 parking spaces open. 4 parking spaces backing out into West 12th Avenue were added over time at the north and south ends of the property without permits. The applicant is before the city with a proposal to add 44 units to existing buildings by adding 2-story structures to 11 of the existing buildings. The 2-story buildings are added to the north end of the north building and to the south end of the south buildings. There are 2 buildings on each side of the vacated street where no buildings are being proposed. The justification for the request is that the addition of units will allow the property owner to improve the property by incorporating appealing architecture and quality materials and finishes that will enhance the attractiveness and visual appeal of the existing development. To be able to build the proposed addition, the applicant is requesting the side setback and side setback variances. The buildings to the north are requesting 7.58 and the buildings to the south 7.91 feet. The project is proposing to enhance the landscaping of the properties to mitigate the open space decrease. The vacated street is proposed to be improved by adding a roundabout towards the west end of the street to enhance the traffic flow of the project. However, the project is requesting a variance, a parking variance, to allow 127 parking spaces where 333 parking spaces are required. In addition, tandem parking is proposed. However, this type of parking alignment is not allowed under Code Section 98-2190. Therefore, the tandem parking, even though it can accommodate twice the amount of vehicles for the purpose of meeting the code, can only be counted as single vehicular spaces. Due to a similar restriction, the project shall remove 4 parking spaces that have been added along West 12th Street that back up into West 12th Avenue. West 12th Avenue. The project is also proposing to include a gated entrance. However, this improvement shall provide queuing analysis to satisfy the entry impacts to the project if a gate is installed. As mentioned above, the vacated street was approved and the unity of title was recorded in Miami-Dade County according to a recorded book. However, the process has not been reflected into Miami-Dade County, and the applicant is working towards getting that done. In order to obtain the increased density, the project is requesting a rezoning from R3 to R35, and the applicant is proffering a declaration of restrictive covenants, proposing to make available for seniors ages 65 and over 26 units in perpetuity. These 26 unit tenants are going to be restricted and will not be permitted to have a vehicle, alleviating the parking shortage. In 2019, according to Ordinance 2019-6, the property requested a land use amendment from medium density to high density residential, making the rezoning request compatible with the current land use designation. With the 44 units added to the development, the total of number of units will be 148, and from the existing 127 parking spaces, 5 will need to be designated as ADA spaces, leaving only 122 parking spaces available. Since the 26 senior housing will not be provided with a parking space, at least the remaining 118 units will be provided with at least 1 parking space per unit and the tandem. The requested rezoning and variances may be approved with the proffered senior housing units that will be parking restricted. However, it shall be subject to development in the property consistent with revised plans reflecting the number of units to be built, including details of the proposed appealing architecture and quality materials and finishes that will enhance the attractiveness and visual appeal of the existing development. This is an important consideration since recent developments approved by City Council when built significantly differed from what got approved at the public hearing. Conditions for the approval: remove the 4 parking spaces that are illegally backing out up to West 12th Avenue. Provide revised site plans reflecting addition of 44 units and proposed improvements, including landscaping and a color palette. Provide a queuing analysis if the gate is kept on plans, and finalize the vacation process with Miami-Dade County and have the parcels reflecting the vacated area. And record the Miami-Dade County proper declaration of restrictions. If the recommendation is approval of the rezoning and variances with the conditions listed above. While we wrote this and we received today a letter of intent profiling all the improvements and the declaration of the restriction and limiting those 26 units to senior residents.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Hugo Arza. Offices at 701 Brickell Avenue. Pleasure to be before you. Welcome to our 2 newest board members. It's quite a great first meeting for you.
Happy New Year.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Yes, I haven't seen you all
Haven't
since
seen
last
you in
year.
a whole year.
And so welcome. I look forward to presenting before both of you quite a bit. I also want to introduce my newest colleague, Erica Adams, who I think had a chance to meet some of you. So we are bringing some new young associates to come sit through this. About 20 minutes ago, I turned to her and I said, "Are you sure you still want to do this?" And the answer was yes. So we haven't turned her off to this
That's
yet.
why we moved that item to the.
Right. It was actually, yeah, it was a class for her, a lesson, yeah, for her. So it's a pleasure before all of you. I have a short presentation to make. We accept Deborah's recommendations. We thank her as always for working with her. If I like this slide just for you to take a look. And as Deborah said, I mean, this is a project that's been there, I don't know, 50, I'm not good at math, but 57 or so years, give or take. I mean, it's, you know, obviously older housing inventory, older housing stock. The property owner wants to add some units and also make some needed improvements and enhancements. And I'll show you what that site plan looks like, including a roundabout on the western edge, and then some additional units. With respect to the parking variance, I mean, it seems more severe than it is in 2 respects. One, we are proffering a declaration of restrictions and will limit and provide for 26 of the units to be made only available to seniors who will have to attest that they don't have a vehicle. It's not an uncommon condition. I mean, I know both of my abuelas never had a car, and my father didn't have a car his last 10 years. You know, many older folks, might not have a car. And so the proximity on West 12th Avenue, the bus route 183, there are options. And so we felt comfortable, and we already have, and they own this property. You know, the owners of the property already rent to, older folks. We don't have anywhere near any kind of parking issue today there. And part of that reason is because there is already some older residents and they don't tend to have cars in the same proportion. The other reason the parking variance really is not quite as severe is because by doing it the way that, we agree with Deborah's recommendation, you'll end up with 1 unit, 1 parking space per unit. But you heard the spaces are actually tandem spaces. And while we can't count them, they exist. So 2 cars can park. The unit that you have actually is deep enough. It's a tandem space where 2 cars can park one behind the other. You can't make folks that don't live with each other park behind each other, but I can tell you that I'm moving my car all the time so my daughter or my wife can get out of the driveway. So, I mean, if a household has 2 cars, it is not implausible that they would just park one behind the other. So in practicality, all of the units that will have 1 parking space will really be able to accommodate 2 cars. So we can't count it because tandem parking isn't allowed, but the spaces were designed that way back when. And, the space is there, the cars fit, and there's no prohibition on being able to park the 2 cars. And if it's the same household, it's a fairly easy thing to, please move your car or let me park behind you because I'm leaving first in the morning within the same household. So we actually think that there's plenty and abundant parking, especially with the additional consideration of limiting 26 of the units to seniors, which helps serve a very critical, age group that is having trouble. And these are 1 bedrooms. And so that, the price here is not as severe as some of the brand new projects that are being built that have a lot of new costs. And so we're able to add these. Next slide. This just pulls it out, the next slide, a little bit for you to see that, obviously this area is predominantly developed with multifamily buildings. And we're another one of those buildings. To the west is a housing authority project. To the north is a series of multifamily projects. To the south is a multifamily project. Across the street, there's a series of units that are very similar to these.
where a unit was added to them in recent years. And so there's been this addition to existing properties already in the area. Next slide is just a picture of the current use of the property. And the next slide gives you all just a visual of the current zoning. We are requesting, it's already R3, but there's an additional designation after R3. And so we're going to R35. As Deborah said, the property is already high density. That was done back in 2019. They didn't quite know how they were going to sort of add to this project for some time. And now they're before you, but they already went through the process in 2019 to change it to high density. So we're not asking for more density than what the land use already allows. We're just merely asking for the site plan and the rezoning. Application requests, next slide. Like I said, the parking variance, 127 with tandem parking spaces. So each of those effectively will accommodate 2 cars. And then the side setback variance, and thank you, Deborah, for pointing out, that is less than what was published in your agenda, but correct in the application. Next slide is the proposed site plan. So the areas you see in black on the sort of top and bottom, that's where the units will be added. So if you think back to that first slide that kind of had the aerial, there's space sort of on the north and south today of the property to add the units. And so what they're doing is they're adding 2 units, one on top of the other. So they're going to 2-story on the perimeter of the property. Right now, the property is all 1 story. But again, if you think back to that first slide, there are multiple buildings in the area, including the Housing Authority building, that are far in excess of 2 stories. There's 4, 3, and 4 and 5-story buildings in the area. So again, very compatible with the area for sure. The next slide is our proper declaration of restrictions, some of the standard provisions that, we have to get our site plan and concurrency approvals within a certain period of time. And if failure to develop in accordance with such is cause for the application or approval to be revoked. And then, probably most importantly, the senior housing unit designation, the 26 of the units shall be made available for the seniors. And again, that, when renting, they'll have to assert that these folks won't, that they're going to rent those particular units to seniors who don't have an automobile. And so we're confident this is a professionally managed property with a structured leasing, process. And so we're confident that we can, find tenants like that and accommodate it, all while improving the property, which leads me to the next one, which is the architectural design elements. We'll incorporate these into the site plan. Deborah's recommendation and reference to the revised site plan is because, these discussions came about after we initially filed the site plan. We'll include these the color palettes, which don't come up beautifully here because, the printer and at that distance, but, the treatments to the wall surfaces, all of those will be on one of the pages of the site plan. That came about as part of discussions later after we submitted the site plan originally, but it doesn't change the actual site plan. It'll be like on sheet 2 is my guess. And so that brings me to thank you, which I do. I appreciate you all indulging me for a few minutes for this presentation. I urge you, and we do accept Deborah's recommendation and thank her again for working with us. And I urge you to follow her lead and vote to recommend this item consistent with recommendation and conditions. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
I do have a question for you.
Which one?
That is the existing. That's what's existing there now,
I
right?
believe, right? Yeah, sorry, I put away.
Okay. If I understand you correctly, this will be the street front. Then towards the end of the building.
Right, you don't see it here. Right.
Is where you plan on building an additional 2-story structure.
Behind, so not in front where these cars are parked, but at the rear of
At
these
the
buildings.
rear, the same width as the
Yes.
existing footprint, but just 2 stories.
Correct. And if
That's
you,
what. Go to this way a little bit.
I think if you go to the proposed site plan,
Right there. Yeah,
said-
that's what all the. what the
right,
black-
that's sorry, yeah. So the darker black or dark gray shading at the inelegantly, I said at the top and bottom of the sheet, but I guess that would be north and
Right, right.
south.
No,
That
'cause
goes-
you kind of took me for a spin there because you say, this is the existing and then this is what we're gonna do. And so.
Yeah, no,
Are you,
this one is the proposed site plan, which shows in the darker color
So-
where the new unit, but obviously at this, you can't show 2 stories on a 2D, so
right.
just.
So in essence, you are making an addition
Yeah.
to the existing building.
We are.
Building.
We're making 22 additions, if my math is correct, right? To 22 buildings, we are
No,
adding.
I
so
just
we're-
wanted to, get a feel for.
And at the same time, making some other improvements like the roundabout that you see on the western edge.
Right.
That doesn't exist today. If you look back at the picture, like the enhanced landscaping, we're gonna restripe. There's gonna be a lot that we're gonna do and we'll get rid of. There were some parking spaces that were added years ago on 12th, West 12th, which of course people have to back out onto West 12th. We agree that's not appropriate. It's not allowed and we'll be happy to remove those. Keep our parking inside. And as far as, I don't think, I think the recommendation, speaking to the gate, if we do gate it, yes, we will have to provide a queuing analysis, to make sure that there's no backing up into the street. If the gate is closed, that, cars don't line up to back up. I don't think a final decision has been made, but certainly during the site plan and concurrency process, we could provide the queuing analysis to show that a gate can work. If it can't, we won't do it. If it can, we might do it. But right now it is not 100% definite, I'll be honest with you, but we do want to preserve that flexibility, in which case we can make it a kind of a more, private, more secure gated area, which I think gives some peace of mind to residents.
Through the chair.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Quick question. Across the street, there's some like duplexes that did the same thing of putting a two-story.
They did, yeah, right, Deborah? I mean, you
Yeah,
can
yeah,
speak to that. I didn't work on that project, but
2019, and the compromise was that they were adding that, but as you saw, they changed the roof, they changed the.
Yeah, it looks
windows.
brand new. It looks really beautiful.
So that's the intent here.
So, no, I live right there, so I like that. And then the second one, the 26 units for the elderly, is that gonna be just for elderly or is that just like elderly and it's like low income, like?
elderly, we're targeting just the elderly. Part of the drive for that was for to minimize the parking impact. And so we picked up on this on the.
But price wise is.
It'll be market.
Okay.
I will tell you
Just
that
wanted
these are
to-
obviously,
no,
yeah,
just to be clear.
it is market, but these are obviously modest 1-bedroom units. These are, so we think, and in fact, a lot of our renters today are older because it's an affordable option for them. And, we're only going to add more to some comments you made earlier today. I mean, we do need housing. Sometimes we got to get a little creative. You don't always have a blank piece of land. And sometimes when you have a blank piece of land, it may not be in the right place. We've heard, we hear that
That's why-
sometimes. I've heard that many times. So
If it
here
doesn't-
we're trying to.
That's what I said. You took me for a loop because wait a minute. And now I see that you're actually doing additions, 2-story additions to the existing building. And I think that's.
Yeah,
I think it's-
I pass by there every day. I live on 26 and 10.
Okay.
So, I really like the way it came out, like the street.
The ones across the
buildings
street.
Across the street.
Yeah,
they
some
look
of the
beautiful.
same owners and
Really
affiliates.
nice,
And so
really
they,
nice.
I guess they started with the smaller project, make sure that it worked. And now we're ready to tackle the larger one, but we're confident that it does.
Good deal. Any more comments or questions?
Motion to approve with conditions.
Well, wait a minute. I know you're in a hurry.
Public comment.
Hold on a second.
I don't want to have to be back here because we didn't open and close for public
Yeah.
comment. So please.
No comments from the board? Comments or questions from the audience? Anyone in Zoom? Okay. Now you can.
Okay, so we-
Mozione para approvare
Mozione para approvare.
Second.
Okay, motion to approve by Mr. Jimenez.
Okay, so
Second
we-
motion.
with conditions.
We have a motion by Mr. Ulloa and second by Mr. Iglesias, and did you second?
Yes,
it? And Mr. Santiago.
Mr. Jimenez. I
I'm
think.
sorry, Mr. Jimenez, was the one that motion.
We appreciate
The
it.
message.
Mr. Perez,
Absolutely.
Mr. Mason,
Yes.
Mr. Iglesias,
Yes.
Mrs. Enriquez,
Yes.
Mr. Jimenez,
Yes.
Mr. Ulloa,
Yes.
Mr. Santiago.
Yes.
Item has been approved with conditions.
Thank you all.
Don't be
Appreciate it. And
Thank you.
I turn the evening over back to your main dish, Mr. Mestre. I think he has 3 more applications.
Item number 8, variance permit to allow 13.5 feet front setback where 20 feet built to line setback is required. And to allow 1.16 feet setback along southeast 9th court where 10 feet built to line setback is required. Property is located on 955 Southeast 12th Street, Hialeah Zone, TOD, Transit Oriented Development District. Applicant, Manny Rails, architect.
Did you have fun already?
Yeah, my back is bothering me a little bit. I had
Ah,
surgery,
yeah,
I had
listen.
surgery on my back about 3 weeks ago.
Last night I had to get up several times from those chairs. They're killer on your back, man.
Anyways, Manny Bruce Architect with offices at 18501 Pines Boulevard, Suite 342, Pembroke Pines, Florida.
Thank you, sir.
The property is located at the north side of Southeast 12th Street between Southeast 9th Court and Southeast 9th Terrace. It is approximately 1.14 acres and is currently improved with a parking lot with lighting and trees. Diego, you will remember this used to be the satellite parking of the Home Depot. And then they came and we gave a variance to Home
Right,
Depot.
right.
So now it has been vacant for years. In 2016, according to ordinance 2016-94, the subject property received a rezoning to transit-oriented development district with the condition to improve the right-of-way surrounding the property. The Hialeah Market Station is approximately 1,000 feet. Therefore, the project's proposal is satisfying the activation of the surrounding transit area and promoting the diversification of uses by incorporating a diverse type of residential units. The project is proposing 3 studios, 72 one-bedroom and 14 two-bedroom apartments with a 5-story mid-rise building. The project is activating the street level by providing an artistic painted concrete walkway at the sidewalk level with a public area improved with planters, landscaping, and seating areas. The city has also provided the architect with streetscape recommendations based on the city's landscaping manual attached as Exhibit A. The architectural and development standards requirements of the TOD are also being partially met by providing a building composition that includes different types of windows, openings, and materials, including decorative aluminum elements and arch walls at the east, west, and south elevation. The arch shall cover the maximum extent of the blank walls were being proposed as depicted on the plan submitted. The project is requesting setback variances to the front and sides of the building. The side setback variances to the north and south are 1 foot 2 inches where 10 feet are required. These variances are applicable to a small section of the north and south elevations of the building. Specifically, the side variances apply to the fire stairs shaft sections of the building. In addition, the project is requesting a front setback variance of 13 feet 6 inches where 20 feet are required. These variances of minimal impact to the surrounding properties and to the street can be approved. Parking is being provided according to the TOD requirements. Before the first council reading, the project shall incorporate full building elevations with proposed color renderings, an exterior material palette, and a revised landscaping plan to comply with the city landscaping manual and staff recommendations. At the time of site plan, the project shall incorporate an exterior lighting plan, a roof plan with equipment fully screened, landscaping with irrigation plans, and the art walls shall be conceptually defined and fully incorporated with the exterior of the building. Recommendation and approval with the conditions stipulated above.
Deborah, did you say before second reading or before first reading?
First.
Okay.
There is a second, but I made corrections and
Okay.
we forgot to change them, so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Deborah, before I start, all the conditions that you're talking about, we've all met them. I don't know if the office has submitted the color palette, but everything that you mentioned, including the landscaping around the buffer from the south, east, and west side has already been done. I don't know if we've submitted it or not, but
Excuse me.
What I.
Yes, because this set, we based everything on an old set of plans.
okay.
So.
All right, no problem.
comply with
But
it.
anyways,
We will in the section of restrictions, Alex, we will reference these plans. The only thing is we will date them with today's date
yes,
because they don't have any date.
right.
Which
So the-
plans?
These are the plans that the ones that
So-
we have on file.
So how do you want to reference them?
Well, the plans provided by Manny Reus and we will put today's date.
Okay,
Do you need
Well, maybe before you leave, in one of the sets,
We can
you
put it-
can sign and date them,
Yes.
so we keep those
I'll be
and
more
you
than-
use that for record.
Yeah, I'll be more than glad to do that.
Well, maybe we had an older version. He will sign them and date them.
Anyways,
Chris?
this is,
Chris?
So you then give that to him so he can sign and date them.
when I'm done here, I'll go over there and sign it and put a date on it. Basically, this is a very forthcoming project to the area, very familiar with the site. Apogean Point, of course, 89 units. We stress the fact here that we've got an abundance of about 13 additional parking spaces from the required number, plus 18 parking spaces on the perimeter, on the south, east, and west side, which are off-street parking, which are there. Fully landscaped project, which will be spectacular in this area. Basically, I don't have much more to say except what Deborah discussed, but you have all the color renderings and this is going to be a very nice project in the area. That's-
Manny,
Yes, sir.
it's hard to argue when you provide more than enough parking. It's hard to argue with that.
Not only that, but we don't have commercial. We have a common space on the first floor that will not generate zero parking.
And you don't have yellow.
Anyways, I feel very confident with this project and it's gonna get built hopefully very soon and it'll be one of many that we're doing here in the city.
Looking
And
forward.
it's our pleasure to be doing work here in the city, by the way.
Thank you. Comments or questions?
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
This is by the Home Depot, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. By the station, the
Yes,
train station.
yes.
Okay,
It's, yeah,
perfect.
the.
That-
by the way-
Yeah,
An overflow parking area.
Yes, by the way, I've instructed ownership because I go there a lot in that area because of the projects that we've got going on. We're gonna be fencing in the property because there's a lot of homeless people and a lot of oil changes from the
Yeah.
trailers, tractors, et cetera, et cetera. So that's gonna come to a stop pretty soon.
yeah, that's a spot that has a lot of potential. You know, with that station, kind of bring something hit
Yes.
to the actual city.
Yes,
Yeah, but
Yeah.
the smell from the garbage trucks on the other side of the.
We're
fence.
working on that. It takes some time, but I am working with that because there is a transfer station across the railroad tracks. And they came that they wanted to add a small building with metal roof and I didn't allow the building because they had several issues there. So they hired a very good attorney and they have so many problems there. So they have been working for a year solving those problems. And one of the problems is the smell.
another thing I wanted to add is with the consent of Deborah's cooperation, we are introducing a lot of artwork in our projects, a tremendous amount of artwork, which will be controlled as to what gets built, when it gets built, and how it gets built. Because we've had experiences that we design something and then they don't do it, like on West 49th Street.
There was a building that when it came here, it was so beautiful. And then one day she calls me almost crying.
I said,
"Did you
holy
see
cow.
that building?" Because instead of following his plans, the contractor told the owner that he's a doctor, very easy. I know, let me paint it like this. So when we saw the building, it looked like a building from 1970. So I called the owner and I said, let's meet there. Chris work on
Yeah.
the rendering. We showed it how it looks, how it will look better if he would follow Manny's drawings. And he changed the colors of the buildings. And now it's
It looks
beautiful
very
again.
nice
Yeah.
compared to what they made it into. So we're very stressful as far as the artwork that we put on our projects, because we want to do something different all the time. You will never see our projects repeated anywhere. They're all different and they have a character to the location as to where they are.
Be honest with me.
Yes, sir.
Is this your design or
No,
your
sir,
wife's?
it's
Or
my
your
wife's
wife's?
desi- it's
Yeah,
my wife's
I
and
knew
my
it.
team's design.
I knew it.
I'm going on my 43rd year as an architect and I've given that years ago. But I oversee everything and I have comments and
She's, yeah, she's good. She's good.
she's very good.
Through the chair.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Deborah, there wouldn't be any impact with like Factory Town or anything with the noise or anything in that area? No?
It's an apartment building.
Okay.
It's what we want.
No,
to bring
just-
there because it's mostly industrial, so we want to bring more
Yeah,
activity,
that's-
more eyes on
yeah,
the street.
perfect.
So this is a residential.
No,
yes.
perfect.
Is that's not far from the Tri-Rail station there, right?
No.
Well,
It's
precisely
right-
for that.
right- it's
This
right
is
there.
the TOD.
Yeah, it's right there.
The other TOD.
Yeah.
This is a real TOD.
Yeah.
The other one also.
Yeah.
The both are real TODs.
Okay. All right. Any more comments or questions? Anyone in the audience? Anyone in the electronic audience? Let's rock and roll.
Motion to approve.
You get a little bit of
Second
feedback.
that motion.
Okay, motion
Again,
by Mr. Iglesias, second by Mr. Jimenez.
Huh? Oh, okay, yeah.
Mr. Mason,
Yes.
Mr. Iglesias,
Yes.
Mrs. Enriquez,
Yes.
Mr. Jimenez,
Yes.
Mr. Santi Esteban,
Yes.
Mr. Ulloa,
Yes.
Mr. Perez.
Yes.
Item has been approved with conditions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 9. Conditional use permit to allow a K through first grade school with a maximum capacity of 44 students in conjunction with a 75 children daycare. Variance permit to allow 19 parking spaces with 7 of those spaces backing out into the street where 48 parking spaces are required and back out parking is not allowed. Property is located at 499 East 21st Street, Hialeah Zones R3, Multiple Family District. Applicant Cesar Mestre, Squire, on behalf of La Escala Preschool Learning Centers.
Evening, Cesar Mestre, offices at 8105 Northwest 155th Street, Miami Lakes, Florida.
Before reading the application, I will say the following. This is like a school that is not in a shopping center. The site has the potential to accommodate the school, but I think we have been meeting for 1 year with different designers, and the result is each time is worse than the other one. So the recommendation will be denied, but that doesn't mean that they won't be able to have it, but they will need to find someone that really puts their effort into this and realizes that the site has the potential. The only thing is that they need to draw logical things. So let me read my recommendation. The property in this application is located on the northwest corner of East Fifth Avenue and East 21st Street. The lot is just south of the rail tracks. The lot abuts rail tracks to the north and right of way to the west, to the east and south, about residential buildings. The lot is approximately 0.61 acres and is improved with a 2-story building and a detached 1-story building and a series of ancillary structures throughout the lot with approximately 9,534 square feet of building area. The land use designation is major institutions and the zoning is R3. According to city records, this property has been legally operating as a daycare since 1994. However, a school has been established without the proper city zoning requirements and approval. At this moment, the applicant needs to obtain a conditional use permit for the school operation and a parking variance. The applicant also needs to correct the vehicular queue for drop pickup utilizing the right-of-way of East Fifth Avenue, which is blocking access to the neighboring driveways and property to the east of Fifth Avenue. You cannot have pick up and drop off on a public street. You should do it inside your property. The applicant is requesting a CUP to legalize the school operations and a parking variance of 19 parking spaces where 48 parking spaces are required, with 7 of those spaces backing out in the street. The school operation is increasing parking and traffic flow deficiencies and is creating an overflow of traffic into the public right-of-way. Recommendation is denied for the CUP to the school and is recommending approval for the parking variance of 19 parking spaces since the daycare is also operating with a parking deficiency where 25 parking spaces are required for a daycare with 7 of those spaces backing out into the street. Like translation, if you're going only to leave the daycare, you're good with a parking variance that is not the one that you are applying for. It will be 19 parking spaces where 25 are required. If you want to go forward with the school as presented with the pick up and drop off of the street, the recommendation is denial.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Open your court.
Thank you. And we have a small presentation. This is a property located at 499 East 21st Street. As Deborah said, it's been a operating daycare since 1994. At some point, it was a church way before that. Next slide. Next slide. It's kind of an awkward piece of land. It's got 21st Street on the south, and it's got the railroad tracks behind it. And then the Metro Rail kind of curves south. And that's why you don't see anything next to our property, which is the purple over there by the green dot. Next slide. This is what it looks like from the outside. Next one. This is the floor plans. And next one. And one more. Next one. The one for the last one. Okay, that one. As you can see, it's kind of a big lot with a big structure. The school, which has been operating, according to my client, for about 10 years. But this is, again, is another case, and I've told you guys this over and over again. A lot of these daycares opened up as daycares, and over the years, when adding grades, they didn't know they had to come to the city to get a CUP, and now all of a sudden there's a big rush to get these. You're going to see a lot of these schools coming up now, and most of the ones you're going to see coming up are the ones that have issues. When it's a standalone building and they have enough parking, those we've already taken care of. It's the ones that have issues that are coming before you in the next few meetings. So this one, I think it's important to know that it's only kindergarten and first grade. That's the school. That's it. The owner's here with me today, and he will testify and tell you that 95% of his kids go to after school. They don't leave at dismissal time. There's never been any incidents. He's been there for 10 years. There's never been any incidents whatsoever. Now, if you look at that picture, that drive that you see in the middle that goes nowhere, that's the street that Deborah's talking about that we back up into. So that parking most of the time is empty, just like it is in that picture. And that we have to give the city a circulation, a car queue where the cars come in and the cars go out so that they can do dismissal and arrival. So since we can't go around the back or the north side of our property, because I believe that the property line doesn't permit it. And we couldn't do it on the left side of the property because it's too narrow. So the only choice we had was using what's categorized as West Fifth Avenue, which is that dead end right there.
It's not dead end, and it doesn't go anywhere. It goes to the back of the townhouses and they have the parking there. So if you do all your operations of pick up, drop off in that street, that is a street, we own that street, the city owns the street. Then if the people in the townhouse, they want to go out, they can go out because they have all the
But
traffic. Of
I understand, but it's not like West Fifth Avenue is,
Well,
a big
but-
traffic
but it's
is my point. We're willing to listen. If we can come up with options, we can park there. When I went to put up the signs for the school, I can tell you that I parked right there on Fifth Avenue, and I saw a lady sitting on the entrance to the school in a chair. And then a big bus came because they have some kids dropped off for after school. The big bus came and parked right on the swale area. The lady came down, picked up the child, and took him back up. It was fine.
I think the solution is to hire a design professional that is a real professional, knows someone that draws and is not the person signing the plan, someone that takes this serious and they can reconfigure, because as you see, it's a big site. It has possibilities, but someone has to put the brains there and do things correctly. If I were you, I would table it. come see us with someone that will do the things well, and then come
Can-
here again.
He
before
doesn't
that.
speak English. Would you mind translating that last part?
He's the
So
owner.
he's the owner.
Okay. Lo que estoy diciendo es que el lugar tiene su potencial, porque es un lugar grande, está muy desorganizado y el parqueo puede entrar y hay una buena manera de dejar a los chicos desde adelante y saliendo por la calle del costado. Lamentablemente, los profesionales que usted utilizó para que le hagan estos diagramas, no, los hicieron mal. Yo sé que la persona firma los planos porque el que lo hace no es ni arquitecto, ni ingeniero, nada, y eso se refleja acá. Y se reunieron con nosotros varias veces. No es que no les explicamos, pero directamente no tienen la habilidad, ni el profesionalismo, ni el conocimiento para hacer lo que tienen que hacer. Entonces, mi sugerencia es, deje el ítem en suspenso, contrate a alguien que le pueda hacer los dibujos bien, que venga a vernos a nosotros las veces que necesite, pero que sea alguien que entienda lo que estamos diciendo y que lo pueda reflejar en el dibujo. No es tan difícil, solo tiene que tener el conocimiento.
Do you think that short of demolishing and redoing it, that there is a way to configure the car queuing?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. And also during there 20 cars for the kids that you're asking for 44 students, maybe you don't need that many cars and you can organize some shifts. So there is a way to making this work. This is what we want. It's a campus. It's not in a shopping center.
Right, exactly.
It's a quiet area. So it has the potential, but someone needs to put some like skills to make this work. And also the owner needs to understand that what will be drawn in the plans then needs to be, done in the reality.
I have a question. Go ahead, don't finish. I have a question here. I know for a fact that Fifth Avenue is a dead end. It dead ends at the railroad track.
Correct.
Because you've heard it before. I don't drive by there every day, but I do drive by there.
Right.
And I am very familiar with that particular property. That picture there, that's the aerial picture of the existing property.
Correct.
Go up one more. The next, yeah. That rendering there with the circular drop off. Your plan is to utilize the whole width of Fifth Avenue conveniently to the dead end at the railroad tracks and just do a loops to do a drop off. Are you planning on widening the drop off? Because I see you're right up against those parking.
I don't think we can because it's not our property. It's not our
not
property.
their
That's the
but-
problem.
But there are other ways, there are other internal configurations that they can do to make this work. They cannot interrupt the whole street because if someone in those townhouses wants to get out, it's not fair that they are.
No,
using-
I'm with you on that. I see that. My question is, maybe I didn't word it properly. If you look at your loop, okay, the drop off loop where the one car is just, you can see it just pulling out. Okay? You're pulling up to the existing parking? That is
Correct.
there?
Yeah, but there is I think there is a playground there. It's
Okay,
not that.
Go
it's
back to the other picture. Yeah, see,
there
right
is a
now,
playground there. There is a playground. That's why an architect needs to look at this and see maybe behind the playground, there is a way there. to
well,
do
there's,
a
it's
driveway.
parking there now.
No, there's no parking.
Yeah, look at the cars
Where?
right here.
No, I'm talking about maybe they could enter here and exit here, or enter here and exit here.
Okay, okay, hold that thought. Go forward once. See, the proposal is on the same Fifth Avenue, do a horseshoe drop off where those cars are.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Well, that's what I was trying to get at, because to make that's my question about widening, because to make that U-turn, it's gotta be an awfully small car to be able to, on a narrow
And
avenue.
you don't need that many cars. Someone did that without even thinking.
Yeah. I mean, I can see a 3-point turn, but not a U-turn like that.
Plus, there are cars parking there, so if someone from those cars wants to leave and the cars are coming there.
We'll agree to table it
Yeah,
and we'll meet with staff.
yeah.
That grass area in the front, you can't just.
No, because that's elevated.
Yeah.
Well, it has a retention wall, it's a whole complicated things, but they have their empty space with that, they can work with that.
It can work, but you said there's a playground in the back, they can just relocate the playground. Go back to the actual picture. Yeah, you see,
Jorge
okay. You see that you come in Fifth Avenue, you go in the back with a little blue tent or tarp or whatever it is. Okay, and then you loop around and you come out with the
Yeah, you exit on
Okay,
the
where's the,
Fifth Avenue.
I can't see the mouse. I'm doing, okay, right there, see,
Yeah, but maybe. it can
right,
be
and then you come out
relocated or a
there,
portion of
there.
it. Someone
That
needs
could
to-
work.
Someone needs a good survey, look at the survey and do the thing seriously and figure out what they can do.
Yeah, and you can see right now that the western parking area is used, because look, you can see that the discoloration of the sidewalk where the cars are, drive in and out. So, yeah, Deborah's right. If you can somehow work around that, maybe do a loop in the back, that, yeah.
Tuviera que hacer algo con el playground diferente.
Okay.
Lo que quería agregar.
Name and address.
Jorge Machado. 16451 Northwest, 84 Avenida, Miami Lake, Florida, 33016.
Sí.
Nosotros tenemos estas aulas de kinder hace más de 10 años. No utilizamos el lado este, donde está las 5 avenidas, nunca para nada. Operamos todo en el propio parqueo de nosotros. Los padres entran, dejan los niños, se van por el parqueo de la propiedad.
Entonces el que hizo el dibujo le está mostrando algo que no es la realidad. Por eso alguien tiene que ir a observar lo que hace y darle una buena solución y mostrarnos a nosotros cuál es la realidad.
Incluso en la avenida 5, ese lado ni uso los parqueos de ese lado, pues no lo necesito.
Sí,
Los vecinos del área vienen a parquear allí y a mí no me molestan porque no lo uso.
You have a lot of possibilities in that property. You got,
Yeah, but I know that if we told you he's using the west parking
yeah.
for drop off and pickup, you wouldn't accept that.
You need to show it, we
Right.
need to have documents, if he sells the property. Well, first of all, he will need a permit for the parking because there he needs to restripe everything. So he will need several permits and the permits need to reflect what was approved here. And we cannot approve something out of the blues. We need to have a drawing showing what he's intending to do. So
But you want a loop. You don't want.
yeah,
parking
a
on the
loop or
inside.
show a logical way. I don't know how it's working now. Someone, a professional has to go see and figure out how it works. How many teachers they have, all those kind of things.
Esta propiedad tiene buenas posibilidades de rediseño para que cumpla con todos los requisitos. Va a ser un poquito de trabajo, pero tiene las posibilidades, son perfectas. Con un poquito, mira, saquen la punta del lápiz. So, would you proffer to table or?
Yes, we agree to table.
Okay, so
Motion to table?
Second
when?
motion.
It has to be for a date certain. So are you tabling to the next meeting, Caesar?
No, it's gonna take us some time.
So then we're gonna, it's gonna be a postponement and you'll have to re-advertise.
Okay. Yeah, because maybe then you need a different variance.
Right, it's gonna take a while for them to do their work.
We won't charge him again.
So just postpone it.
No, you need a motion to postpone.
Okay.
On table.
Motion to
Well, there's
postpone.
there's some, hang on.
Okay.
There's already a motion on the floor to table, so would
I
you
take it back.
withdraw that?
I withdraw.
So then we need a motion.
Motion to postpone.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion to postpone by Mr. Iglesias, second by Mrs. Enriquez and Mr. Santiesteban. Mr. Mason,
Yes.
Mr. Perez.
Yes.
Mr. Ulloa,
Yes.
Mr. Santiesteban,
Yes.
Mr. Jimenez,
Yes.
Mrs. Enriquez.
Yes.
Mr. Iglesias.
Yes.
Item has been postponed.
Do you need these back or?
please.
Okay,
Item nine.
pass the
Nine.
Nine, right?
item.
Nine.
yes. Yeah, pass the whole packet up, just item 9.
Thank you, sir.
Item number 10. Conditional use permit to allow a K to fifth grade elementary school with a maximum capacity of 54 students in conjunction with 77 children daycare. Variance permit to allow 53 parking spaces where 62 parking spaces are required. Property is located at 1301 West 68th Street, Hialeah Zone C1, Restricted Retail Commercial District. Applicant Cesar Mestre, Esquire, on behalf of Kids Daycare and Kindergarten Inc.
Caesar Messer Law Offices at 8105 Northwest 155th Street, Miami Lakes, Florida.
The property is located at the north side of West 68th Street between West 12th Avenue and West 14th Court. The lot is approximately 43,200 square feet and is currently a commercial shopping center with 12,300 square feet of commercial space divided into 6 commercial units, currently occupied by occupational speech therapist offices and the daycare school. The land use is commercial and the zoning is C1. The existing designation and zoning were granted by Ordinance 8233. The daycare and kindergarten have been approved under a special use permit by Ordinance 77-113 in relationship to a church existing on the site since 1962. According to city records, the daycare is legally licensed since 1989, and based on the applicant's representative statement, the school component has been operating since 2017. Therefore, the applicant is requesting approval of a conditional use permit to legalize the school operation in addition to a parking variance. The daycare is operating with 77 students and the school is operating with 54 students and 12 staff members. This application is to request a K through fifth grade elementary school with a maximum capacity of 54 students in conjunction with the 77 children daycare and a parking variance to allow 53 parking spaces where 62 are required. According to plans submitted by the applicant, the traffic flow and queue of the daycare school occurs entirely within the private shopping center property and it reflects no obstruction on the public right-of-way. Recommendation is approval for the CUP and approval for the parking variance.
Thank you. Mr. Messer.
Yeah, the owner of this one is online, in case anyone has any questions. Again, this is a daycare that's been in existence for a great number of years. It's 54 students, K through 5 with 77 daycare. It's a small variance in parking from 62 to 53. The building, although it's divided up into different sections, is a nice mix. It has the occupational speech therapy, the daycare, and the school. I have a small presentation, just like to show you some of the pictures. It's kind of a next one. Yeah, it's north of 68th Street, kind of next to the commercial, in between the residential that's also located to the west side. So based on the staff recommendation, if you have any questions, we'd request a recommendation of approval to the city council.
Thank you, sir. Any comments or questions on the board?
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
This is similar to the last one. But in this case, we don't need a loop because everything is occurring inside the private parking lot.
Exactly.
There's a loop, but it's all within their
It's
property.
part of the design that the.
So we really don't care about.
No.
Now, this is, the parking is part of the giant parking lot of that auto zone and all of that.
It's next to the auto
It's
zone.
next to it.
Yeah, next to it. This one's separate by itself.
Oh, okay. Okay. Any more comments or questions? Anyone in the audience? Nope. Anyone in the electronic audience? I believe that you said it's
The owners online, but
no, okay. All right, what's the pleasure of the board?
Motion.
Motion to approve?
Well,
Oh,
he motioned.
second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mr. Jimenez, second by Mrs. Henriquez. Mr. Santiago,
Yes.
Mr. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Jimenez,
Yes.
Mr. Ulloa, Mrs. Enriquez,
Yes.
Mr. Mason,
Yes.
Mr. Iglesias.
Yes.
Item has been approved.
Thank you. Mr. Masson, welcome. And all of you, I'd like to thank you for your patience tonight and listening, and some of them are easy, some are not.
You know, the old saying, win some, you lose some, but there's always tomorrow.
And Frank de la Paz.
Oh.
We miscellaneous items not requiring advertising. Item number 12, tentative plat of 4 Infinity Tract.
So this is a lot on West Fifth Avenue, south of West 25th Street. It's a lot and a half, those old lots that are subdivided by meets and bounds. So now they are coming to replat the property. Fire, police, and Parks and Recreation and Planning have no objections. The Streets Division doesn't object the tentative plat. However, a sign and seal site plan, paving and drainage plan will be required before the final plat approval is issued. The Department of Water and Sewers describes the mains that are there, and they say that they need a permit from them if there is a change of use, and the recommendation is approval.
Thank you. Comments or questions? What's the pleasure of the board?
Motion to approve?
Second that motion.
Okay, so we have a motion from Mrs. Enriquez, second from Mr. Jimenez. Mr. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Mason,
Yes.
Mr. Iglesias,
Yes.
Mrs. Enriquez,
Yes.
Mr. Jimenez,
Sí.
Mr. Ulloa,
Yes.
Mr. Santiago.
Yes.
Item has been approved. Item number 13, old business,
Any old business?
no business. Item number 14, new business.
New business?
We have talked here about the 2050 master plan, and that after the discovery phase, we were going to go into the different neighborhoods to starting to collect the ideas and the needs of the residents. So here we are giving you a brochure that explains the dates. The first meeting will be on February 20, and we are going to the annexation area. And you have there the other areas and the general information. You have a QR code to access our master plan. We are inputting information every day there. So hope to see you there in the annexation area. So what you vote here, you will come there and see in the reality with the good and the bad.
Yeah, I invite you guys to come over and talk to the actual residents and get a feel of everything, you know. Maybe we have some treats there.
Thank you, everyone. I do have one comment that I need to bring up. Just a little bit of housekeeping. When we're in discussion of an item, okay, there's still legislating back and forth. Okay. I have noticed that either because of lack of knowledge or intention, while the discussion is going on, someone has motion while the debate's still going on. And since there has been a motion on the floor, we have had to stop the discussion. Okay. Going forward, I would appreciate it if we could finish even though the discussion may be long and boring and long-winded and stuff, say something. If you're bored, say something. Can we move on or something? You know, give us a heads up. But don't just come out and blurt motion to approve, motion to deny, motion, because once you put a motion on the floor, you're actually closing the door on the discussion, and it's not fair to the board, and it's not fair to the applicant and or the audience. So common courtesy. Okay, wait until the debate, the discussion is over and the floor is open for, or the board is open for motion. Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay, so that being said, if there's any comments or questions,
Yes, motion to go home.
motion to go home.
Welcome, Mr. Mason.
Yes, that was, welcome aboard. I hope you had a very enlightening night. Very, oh, it gets better.
Second the motion.
Second the motion, okay.